those few who want war. It is a line between civilization and barbarism, and we will fight this with all of our determination.
In a statement today, ISIS claimed responsibility. Meanwhile, Britain raised its terror threat warning to the second highest level, citing the recent attacks in Austria and in France. The people of Afghanistan observed a national day of mourning today after an ISIS attack there killed 22 people. The gun battle at Kabul University left classrooms destroyed and windows broken. Today, protesters demanded a ceasefire to stop the suffering.
More than 30 families are mourning the loss of their loved ones right now. All the people of Afghanistan are affected mentally and physically. Around 10 days ago, an educational center was targeted, but we lost a lot of our youths. I'm raising my voice now because I don't want to lose a member of my family.
Violence has increased dramatically across Afghanistan amid ongoing peace talks between the government and the Taliban. The Islamic State is not part of those talks. Another small child has been rescued from the earthquake wreckage in Turkey. Emergency workers in Izmir pulled the 3-year-old girl out of the rubble 4 days after the quake. Onlookers cheered as she was placed into an ambulance. The quake death toll has now reached 104. Hurricane Eta made landfall along Nicaragua's Caribbean coast today, lashing the area with hours of torrential rain. At least one person was killed. The Category 4 storm blasted the shore with winds of 140 miles an hour that tore out trees and stripped corrugated metal roofs from buildings. Forecasts call for up to 3 feet of rain. Back in this country, Wall Street rallied partly on hopes for a quick winner in the presidential race. The Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 555 points, 2%, to close at 27,480. The NASDAQ rose 203 points, and the S&P 500 added nearly 59. And now to a short break. We will be right back as the first polls close and some possible winner calls. Please stay with us.
Funding for this program is provided by. For 25 years, Consumer Cellular has been offering no-contract wireless plans designed to help people do more of what they like. Our U.S.-based customer service team can help find a plan that fits you. To learn more, visit consumercellular.tv. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2020 election. I'm Stephanie Tsai. Over the course of the night, I'll be speaking with Jeff Greenfield about key moments in this presidential race. Jeff, first of all, it's great to have you. I want to jump right in and start with a key turning point in the Democratic primaries. So Joe Biden's campaign was in the doldrums in the first few contests, and then he got this endorsement from the highest-ranking Black member of Congress, U.S. House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn of South Carolina.
I can think of no one with the integrity, no one more committed to the fundamental principles that make this country what it is. But my good friend, my late wife's great friend, Joe Biden.
Jeff, remind us how Biden's fate turned right after Clyburn.
Well, Saturday night, the last night in February, Biden, who had done terribly in the first couple of contests, won a landslide victory in South Carolina, and 3 nights later, Super Tuesday, Biden won 10 primaries. In some states, he hadn't even competed in. In that same period, virtually every major contender for the Democratic nomination dropped out except for Sanders and endorsed Biden. And so he'd gone from an also-ran who people almost felt sorry for on Saturday day to the presumptive nominee of the Democratic Party.
And there was a large field of Democratic candidates that eventually fell into line, including Senator Bernie Sanders, unlike in 2016, right?
Very much unlike. He fought Hillary Clinton all the way to the convention. There was very bad blood between the two of them. His supporters booed at the convention. They protested Hillary Clinton's nomination. 10% of them wound up voting for Donald Trump. In this case, in 2020, probably because of the feeling about Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders became a wholehearted supporter of Joe Biden, even though they disagreed dramatically on a lot of economic policy issues. He campaigned for him. His people, by and large, supported him. And so what you had, instead of a deadlock convention or a bitter intra-party feud, you had a very united Democratic Party, which doesn't always happen, Stephanie.
Yeah, and Jeff, we will see if those Sanders supporters switch their allegiance to Biden and turn out in this election. Jeff Greenfield, thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Judy Woodruff, and welcome back to our special live coverage of the 2020 election. The first polls have now closed in 6 states in the East. At this hour, they have closed in these following states: Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. There are 2 open Senate seats in Georgia. Lindsey Graham, the senior senator for the state of South Carolina, is up for re-election. His Democratic challenger, Jamie Harrison, has raised the most money for his campaign of any Senate candidate this year, some $57 million. So let's look at where we are now. Amy, as we wait for the Associated Press to let us know if they're gonna make these calls, we were just discussing Virginia. You were reminding me not so long ago, it was a purple state.
Yeah, it was a red state.
It was even
Mark Shields made this point earlier. We're going to get some clarity as the night goes on about what the new electoral college map looks like, if it at all does. And I remember so distinctly in 2008, Democrats early on in that election said, all you need to do, Democrats, win Ohio. John Kerry lost because he barely lost Ohio. And the Barack Obama campaign said, you know what, no, we think we have a different path. It's going to go through Virginia and Colorado and Nevada. And those states now have become, Nevada's still definitely in the battleground category, but Colorado and Virginia have gone from 2008, very close, very purple, to becoming darker blue.
I remember that late night rally, the last night before the election in 2008, Barack Obama in Virginia.
Suburban Virginia.
Suburban Virginia, because that state was considered so key. So we will see shortly whether the AP is able or is prepared to make a call.
That's right.
In Virginia. These other states that where the polls are closing at this hour look pretty, I don't want to ever use the word predictable because the voters are the ones who speak,
Right.
but these are states that have traditionally gone, look at Vermont, and it's pretty predictably blue,
Right.
Democratic, whereas South Carolina, Indiana, Kentucky, and Georgia, we'll wait and see.
Right, Georgia is going to be the fascinating one to wait for. And because it's been so competitive, so many votes have been cast there. We're probably going to have to wait the longest on Georgia.
And it's not just in the presidency.
That's right.
It's
Those
2.
Senate
It's not
seats.
1, but 2 Senate races in the state, because one of those, of course, is the special election. Johnny Isakson had been the senator, stepped down for health reasons.
That's right. And Judy, that's also a state that has, you have to win 50% of the vote, or else it's a runoff in January. Both of those could end up going to a January runoff. So control the Senate, we might have to wait till January.
And we may sit in the studio till January. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. In fact, we have some races that the AP can call. And the first one is the state of Kentucky, the bluegrass state. AP is prepared to say at this hour, just as the polls close, that President Trump will be the winner. That is a hold for the president. He won Kentucky easily in 2016. The AP is declaring him the winner this year. And Vermont, another state where the polls have just closed, the Green Mountain state, Joe Biden. If the pickup for Joe Biden, there are 3 electoral votes in Vermont, and from Kentucky, as we just saw, 8 electoral votes. So right now it's 8-3. Amy, I don't think that's anything definitive, but it's something on the board this hour.
That's right.
Here's a look at one of the states Amy and I were just talking about, the peach state, Georgia. It's simply too early. This is a state where the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign have fought very hard for President Trump to hold on to, for Joe Biden, it would be a major pickup for the Democrats if Joe Biden were to win. So we will see what happens. We're watching that one very closely. In Indiana, at this point, with the early votes in, this is 8% of the expected vote in. You can see at this point, President Trump holding a strong lead, a 2-to-1 lead virtually in the state of Indiana over Joe Biden. Not a surprise. Indiana has gone reliably red. It's also, of course, the home state of Vice President Mike Pence, who is on the ballot again with the president this year. South Carolina, another state that we're watching very closely because of that Senate race we discussed at this hour. The polls have closed, but it's interesting that the AP is not prepared to call that one. The Democrats' Senate candidate and Jamie Harrison challenging Lindsey Graham. We'll see what effect, if any, that has on the presidential race. At this hour, at 4 or 5 minutes after 7 o'clock, no call. The state of Virginia, as Amy Walter was just telling us, not so long ago, it was red and then purple. This is a state Hillary Clinton won in 2016. It is expected to stay blue, but we will watch it. Only 1% of the vote is in. Very small number of votes at this hour from the early vote. You can see the president has a small lead, but we know it's extremely early in the vote count in the state of Virginia, the Old Dominion. And if you add those, the electoral votes we were just discussing, it's so early in the evening, and that little tiny sliver on the left, the blue sliver, is Joe Biden's 3 electoral votes. His first 3 have come in from the state of Vermont. On the far right, the little sliver you see are the 8 electoral votes President Trump has picked up in the state of Kentucky. So, Amy, it's more than 2-to-1, but the evening is
still a long way to go. And you're right, those Senate races, especially that South Carolina Senate race, which, earlier this year, I think we can't overstate how different this map looks, both the House and the Senate, from where it looked at the very beginning of this year. If you had said to me that there would be a competitive Senate race in South Carolina, 2 competitive Senate races in Georgia, I would have probably, I might
maybe not crazy,
but maybe a little smirk. But I wouldn't have believed it. So that's kind of remarkable to be at this point. And that's why the Senate majority is at risk for Republicans, because it's not just blue states that they're really struggling to hold on to. It's in these states that traditionally have been very red.
And a reminder right now to our viewers, we are relying on the Associated Press for their calls tonight, and that's what you just saw as we called these 2 states, Vermont and Kentucky. Our Yamiche Alcindor is at the White House, where the president is watching these results start to come in. Yamiche, where is the president? We assume he's inside the White House?
We do assume that he is inside the White House from our understanding and reporting. He is inside the White House watching these returns, likely already very happy that he's won Kentucky, of course, in a solidly red state. But the president and the Trump campaign are hoping that Kentucky is just the beginning of what they hope will be a red wave across the United States. Bill Seppian, the Trump campaign manager, as well as Jason Miller, a senior campaign advisor, held a call with reporters just a few minutes ago. They say they feel very good about all of the things that they're seeing tonight, especially they say they're seeing long lines in counties that they call Trump counties, counties that he won in 2016, as well as counties that he flipped, that Barack Obama had won. They said that some of those polling lines look like Trump campaign events. I also want to say, Judy, that I feel like I'm standing between 2 worlds. On one side, outside the White House, you can hear people protesting outside, groups of Black Lives Matter activists, NAACP activists. And then on this side, you can hear already donors starting to come in. I'm told that they've all been COVID-19 tested, but of course, there's going to be a big gathering here. I've been told by people that are close to the president that some people are very worried with that big gathering. I don't have a mask on right now, but everyone inside this White House is wearing a mask. And I'm told that people that are at that party are also going to be wearing a mask. The president overall still feels very, very good with where he is. He feels good about Florida. He feels good about North Carolina, good about Pennsylvania. They say that they believe that this early vote that was really an advantage with Democrats. They feel like voting on election day, Republicans will be able to overtake that early vote and that early lead and go and be able to win this for President Trump.
And just to clarify, Yamiche, who's coming into the White House? Did you say donors, Trump donors, and they expect a large crowd tonight?
That's right, Judy. health officials have been saying do not gather in large groups. The president's own scientist, Dr. Birx, who heads the coronavirus task force, as well as Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's top infectious disease expert, warning against large gatherings. But the president is going ahead and having 400 people in the White House in the East Room. They're going to be big, major donors to Trump campaign and to Republican donors, as well as senior White House officials. This is making a lot of people nervous. I've talked to a number of White House officials who feel pressured to be able to show their face and to be able to reassure people that they want to be a team player here. But a lot of people do not want to go in because they fear getting the virus.
And Michelle Sender at the White House, and our John Yang is in Wilmington, Delaware, where the Biden campaign is gathering. John, what are you picking up there?
Well, I tell you, Judy, there's not much going on here. This is, to contrast with the White House, instead of gathering inside of the White House, this is a drive-in rally here in Wilmington, Delaware, outside the Chase Center. The closest in parking lot is a little sparsely populated right now. We're sort of in an overflow lot. If you see cars behind me, you know, it's got there are a lot of people there for this rally. But the message from the campaign and today, as it was yesterday, is that they feel they've done everything they can. The term they use, they left everything on the field. As a matter of fact, today, election day, or the last day of voting, is usually a day for candidates to go through their election day rituals, take it easy, make phone calls, call into radio shows to spots where they can try to get out the vote, urge voters to get to the polls. Not this campaign, the Joe Biden campaign. Joe Biden went to Scranton, Pennsylvania, his hometown, his birthplace, to Philadelphia to hold small get out the vote rallies for canvassers. So we're going to go out and knock on doors to make sure their voters were getting to the polls. It was something of a sentimental journey for the former Vice President. He started it today at Mass in Wilmington, visited the graves of his son, Beau, his first wife and daughter, who were killed in an automobile crash in 1972 after his first election to the Senate. Then in Scranton, his birthplace, he went to his childhood home and visited the family there. Now he is at his own home here in Wilmington, watching the returns, hoping that his third presidential campaign for him is the charm. Judy?
Very much a sentimental journey Joe Biden was making earlier today. John Yang there waiting in Wilmington, North Carolina, as the results come in. We are also watching races, of course, for the Senate and governors at this moment. And at the moment, we can call the Senate race in Virginia. I'm told Senator Mark Warner, he's a Democrat, has won re-election. That is not a surprise. He was challenged by Republican Daniel Gay. Mark Warner, a very popular former governor of the state of Virginia, the Old Dominion, has been popular as a senator. It was really not expected that he would have much difficulty in Virginia. We can also say that the governor in Indiana, Republican Eric Holcomb, wins re-election. He was running for his first elected hold on that seat. He was appointed in a couple of years ago after the departure. He took over, I should say, he took over after Mike was chosen as vice president, and he is now has now been reelected. He was challenged by Democrat Woodrow Myers. So we do have some governor races. None of these at this point were a surprise. We were expecting these results, but of course we're still going to be reporting them to you, and we're going to be keeping track throughout the night. We're still waiting for decisions in additional Senate races, the ones we've been talking about in South Carolina, in Kentucky, of course, where Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, is running, and then those two contested Senate seats in the state of Georgia. Now, we turn to two people in the middle of the country, both of them in battleground states tonight. Gary Abernathy, he's a contributing columnist for the Washington Post. He's in Cincinnati, Ohio. And Patricia Lopez is an editorial writer for the Star Tribune in St. Paul, Minnesota. Hello to both of you. Thank you so much for being here on election night. Gary Abernathy, we saw that Joe Biden made a side trip, if you will, from Pennsylvania over to Ohio. This is a state that went for Donald Trump 4 years ago. What's the feeling about him right now?
Well, 4 years ago, Trump overperformed the polls here. I think they had him winning about 3 points, and they ended up doing over 8 points. This year, it's another tight race according to the polls, if they're accurate. I understand why Biden came over here. That would be a huge pickup. If Joe Biden were to win Ohio, that's pretty much the ball game. It's going to be a really big night for him. I think Trump will hold on to Ohio. It'll be interesting. If Trump holds on to Ohio, that's probably a good sign. It's not going to be a huge landslide for Biden, but it'll be interesting to me to see, if Trump does win Ohio and Biden wins the presidency, it'll be the first time since 1960 that Ohio has not been on the right side of the presidential race. So that, Judy, and then also I'm interested tonight to see, we've had this huge early voting, and how many of those at the end of the night, if those resolved, how many of those will people say are still out there yet to come in? Because we know from past elections, not everyone who requests an absentee ballot fills it out and sends it back in. I think there'll be a big argument over how many of those are still out that we're going to be waiting on. That'll be an interesting point to me.
No question. And to Minnesota, to Patricia Lopez, it's I guess in a way the mirror opposite. This is a state that Hillary Clinton won, but only by a narrow margin. Patricia, in 2016, and there has been an effort by the Trump campaign to try to take it away from the Democrats. What does it look like to you?
It's very hard to tell. It's said to be leaning toward Biden. Trump, I know, is depending heavily on just a monster turnout on northern Minnesota's Iron Range, which is mining country. That has been trending Republican in recent years, although it was a Democratic stronghold at one point. He's going to need big numbers out of their rural areas to overcome what's perceived to be a very strong lead for Biden in the central cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul, all of the surrounding suburbs, the most populous part of the city. I think part of the story here, though, is going to be just the enormous, unprecedented early vote turnout. Minnesota has already, before Election Day, cast 1.8 million votes early, either by early in-person voting or absentee voting. We have no excuses absentee voting in this state, so anyone is free to do that. And a lot of the Democratic push has been toward getting those early votes in. Also has same-day registration, so you don't really know exactly how many people are going to turn up until all of the registrations are in. We do have an issue with late ballots. There was an attempt to have a grace period of 7 days where ballots could be postmarked by Election Day, but counted for 7 days afterward. A court found that they couldn't do that. They ordered those ballots segregated. The Secretary of State is still going to tally them in the votes, but they are going to be separated in the event of an almost certain legal challenge later.
And we're going to be watching that, and as you say, watching to see what day of voting looks like, given the heavy surge in early voting there. Well, to both of you, thank you so much, and we'll be coming back to you, Patricia Lopez, Gary Abernathy, and now we turn to a man with personal experience in a disputed election, with close ties to Joe Biden. He is Ron Klain. He served as chief of staff to both Vice Presidents Gore and Biden. He's a senior advisor to the Biden campaign. He joins us now from Wilmington. Ron Klain, thank you very much for being with us. So what are you thinking? What are you hearing right now? We've been hearing the Trump people feel very good about what they're seeing. What about the Biden folks?
Well, they must be looking at something very different than what we're seeing, which is actual data. And what we're seeing is very strong turnout in the key states. I think there's every reason to think that we are doing extremely well in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, the key states that can flip the election to Joe Biden. And also, there's no question that Joe Biden is now the first Democrat since 1992 to be competitive in Georgia tonight. We haven't won that state in a presidential election in a long time. Also competitive in North Carolina, competitive in Arizona, which also we haven't won in a long time. So I think we're seeing a lot of paths to 270 and a lot of confidence we will get there.
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Speaker Pelosi about an hour ago, and that is, at this time on election night in 2016, Democrats were feeling very good. Just as you said, the Biden campaign is feeling very good, but it didn't turn out that way. What is different this year?
Well, Judy, I think there are a couple things that are different. First of all, 100 million Americans have already cast their votes before Election Day. And so, I think we know a lot more about who those people are and why they voted and so on and so forth. That, that's a substantial part of the electorate. They turn out to be 2/3 of the electorate, maybe more. So I think that's one thing that's very different. The second thing that's very different is, I think we've advanced in our ability to kind of track where people are. We also were very focused on who we were turning out, where we were turning them out. I think all of those things point very positively to a result for Vice President Biden. But look, we're not going to declare victory prematurely. We're going to wait, let the votes be counted. America's picking a president. This is not some kind of like rapid choice thing. It'll take however long it takes, but we're confident when those votes are counted, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be the next vice president of the United States.
That's our attitude as well. We want to wait and see what the actual count is. But Ron Klain, there's also been comment by people who watch politics very closely that the Democrats may not be doing as well this year with voter groups that they have been able to count on in the past, including Black voters, especially Black men, and Latino voters, looking at South Florida, looking at other parts of the country. Was there enough of it? Has there been enough of an emphasis, a targeted emphasis on these voter groups by your campaign?
There was, Judy, a very aggressive effort by our campaigns to rally African American voters. They have been one of the keys to this campaign, from the primaries through the general, and to reach out to Latino voters all over the country. Look, no candidate is entitled to votes for president. They have to go out and earn them. And Joe Biden has traveled this country and made a pitch for why he is the best candidate for all Americans, including Americans of color. And I think that the final results tonight will show that campaign was successful. It has been a hard campaign. It has been a hard fight. There's no question about that. But we waged that fight, and I think we have earned those voters' support. And I think that's what will show.
Voters say they know that Joe Biden is against Donald Trump. They think what he's done. They think what he believes is that Donald Trump has done a lot of things wrong as president. What they're not clear on is what Biden would do as president. In a nutshell, what do you say? What have you said to those voters?
Well, first of all, I think, Judy, most voters are sure what he will do. They know that he starts off by tackling COVID. He laid out a plan in March. People can read it online for how he's going to beat this virus. And beating this virus unlocks our ability to get the economy going again. He's got a plan to build the economy back better, not by rewarding wealth, by rewarding work, making sure that people who work for a living get a fair deal and a fair opportunity. He's got plans to tackle institutional racism, climate change, immigration reform. So he's laid out a substantive, comprehensive agenda. I think voters are rallying to it, and I think that's a big reason why he's going to win tonight.
There have been reports, Ron, claiming that if Joe Biden wins this election, that he's going to put you in charge of the anti-COVID team at the White House because of your past experience, previous administrations working on Ebola. If you were appointed to that, what would you do? I mean, what would you do right away that would be different from what's being done right now?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to talk about personnel matters. The vice president hasn't made any decisions yet. But Joe Biden has said what he will do, because he will be ultimately in charge of the COVID response if he wins. And one thing he said is he's going to immediately call for a nationwide masking mandate, imposing working with governors and mayors where it is not within his authority. He's talked about creating a pandemic testing board so people can get prompt test results. So when you go to school or work, you know if the person next to you has COVID or if you have COVID. And then finally, he's also talked about very rapidly increasing aid to schools and to businesses to do the kinds of social distancing, the kinds of shielding and PPE they need to be safer. But most importantly, what he said, Judy, is he's going to put science first. Donald Trump has closed the campaign on a message of firing Tony Fauci. Joe Biden has said he's going to make Tony Fauci his chief medical advisor in this fight. And I think there couldn't be a starker difference than that.
Ron Klain, senior advisor to the Joe Biden campaign. Ron Klain, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me, Judy.
And now we get an inside look at the Trump campaign from spokesman Tim Murtaugh. He joins us from the Trump headquarters in Arlington, Virginia. Tim Murtaugh, welcome back to the NewsHour. Thank you very much. You may have heard what Ron Klain was just saying is that the reports they are getting is they feel very good about states like Pennsylvania, like Michigan, Wisconsin. Can you tell thinking inside the Trump world?
Well, certainly. What we're seeing is actually exactly how we expected this to play out. Joe Biden had a lead in a lot of these states from the early voting period. But now that it's election day and President Trump's voters are actually going to the polls, the Biden lead is being erased. And we're firmly convinced that at the end of this night, while it will be a close race in a lot of states, and certainly if people are in line to vote now, they should stay in line. If they're late closing states or in Western time zones, they should go and get in line right now, certainly, because every vote is going to count. But we know that the president's election day margin is going to overtake and surpass Joe Biden's early vote lead, because what they've done, they banked votes that they were already going to get on the election day. And President Trump's voters told us over the course of many months that they intended to show up in person on election day and vote. So the votes that Joe Biden already has at the bank were ones he already was going to get. They were cannibalizing their own election day vote, and the president's turnout is going to carry the day tonight. We have high turnout where we need there to be high turnout. We need it to stay high. Continues, and that happens the way we believe it is happening right now, that President Trump is going to be reelected.
Is there any state you were counting on or hoping for that you're now worried about right now?
No, not really. We can find good news in every state that we're tracking. In Wisconsin, for example, there are 5 counties that the president carried in 2016, where the local clerks there have actually had to request the printing of more ballots because they ran out. Those are 5 counties where the president did very well, and obviously turnout is high there again. In Florida, I know there was a lot of talk about the president, and I think Democrats were hoping that seniors would move over to Joe Biden, but that hasn't happened. In Sumter County, where the Villages is, one of the world's biggest retirement communities, we're seeing Republicans turn out by a 2.5 to 1 margin over Democrats. So senior citizens are still with the president. We feel very good about Ohio. Georgia numbers are still early. We feel very good about Georgia. We feel good about North Carolina, Pennsylvania, as I mentioned, Michigan, Wisconsin. We feel very good. There are still some states from Hillary Clinton's column that we feel we can pull in, like Minnesota, Nevada, and even New Hampshire.
We are looking, Tim Murtaugh, at the voter surveys that the Associated Press did with a representative sample of voters, something like 125,000 voters. And most of them called the pandemic the main issue facing the country. Has President Trump made a mistake by not taking this virus more seriously, saying that it is something that is not only killing Americans, it is something that we are going to be dealing with for some time to come, rather than saying we've turned the corner, it's in the rearview mirror, and frankly questioning the science?
Well, I think the president has taken it seriously from the very beginning, and it's his leadership that made the United States the world's leader in testing. We have these therapeutics now, like remdesivir, that are really, really excellent drugs and ways of treating people who have contracted coronavirus. We're inches away from a vaccine. These are things that would not have been accomplished by Joe Biden. We know that he would not have restricted travel from China. We know that he would not have put the pedal to the metal on getting the vaccine. Indeed, today, he still talks about scaring people away from taking the vaccine. No, the president has taken it very seriously. So that's what he means when he says we're turning the corner, is that look at all the progress that has absolutely been made. But President Trump represents moving the country forward and continuing to open. Joe Biden offers lockdowns, and you just had Ron Klain there. When he was in charge of the H1N1 with Joe Biden as his chief of staff, he admitted that their response was a disaster, that they, quote, did everything wrong, and that it was only a fortuity, that the virus itself was not more deadly. Otherwise, it would have been a mass casualty event. Those are Ron Klain's own words.
But right now, as you know, we are looking at 230,000 American deaths and
True. But remember what the projections were, though.
Millions of cases. And the president's
over 2 million deaths.
Health advisor at the White House, Deborah Birx, saying the country needs to take this much more seriously. Finally, tonight, when you hear Americans say they think 6 in 10 Americans say the country's going in the wrong direction, what does that say about the president's leadership?
Well, I don't know what poll you're citing. I could also.
It's the Associated Press.
Gallup. How about the Gallup poll that says 56% of Americans say that they're better off today than they were 4 years ago? If voters go into the voting booth and they ask themselves which candidate is better to restore the economy to where it was before the pandemic, the answer is overwhelmingly Donald Trump. And I want to point out something else about Ron Klain's remarks about Black and Latino voters. Joe Biden absolutely took them for granted. That's why he told radio hosts that if you're black and you're not voting for him, then you ain't black. We base all of our modeling on 2016 exit numbers, and that's the way we model things. In 2016, the president got 8% of the black vote. In public polls and in our own numbers, we think that the president is going to approximately double that amount this time around. And in Latino votes, we believe that he'll go from 28% in 2016, and we think that he might actually reach 40% among Latino voters. And if those things come through, then it's going to spell real trouble for Joe Biden, because he did, in fact, take those voters for granted. His own campaign was criticized for it in Florida by Democrats.
Well, I just wrote down your forecast, Tim Murtaugh. We will see later in the evening or in days to come how right you are. But we thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Judy. People should still vote if the polls are open.
And throughout this night, we will be checking in with public media reporters across the country. Amna Navaz is our guide. Amna.
Thanks, Judy. That's right. We turn first to the closely watched state of Georgia, with 2 Senate races also on the line. Bill Nigut is host and senior executive producer at Georgia Public Broadcasting and joins us now. Bill, first of all, let's start with the headline that Georgia is a battleground. What are you watching tonight? What's standing out to you so far?
Well, I mean, the starting point of all this is that there are a great many Georgians who are a little bit surprised they've got a date for this prom. I think very few people expected that Georgia would be a battleground state, but because all of the polling for weeks and weeks now has shown Trump and Biden running neck and neck, and in the general election Senate race, David Perdue, the incumbent, not able to get ahead of John Ossoff, the Democratic challenger. Suddenly, we're a battleground state, which Democrats have been hoping would happen since, at least 2010 or so. So we're going to watch to see, is this the night? And in the days that follow, that Georgia does, in fact, flip and become a blue state.
Bill, very briefly, when Georgia saw that same surge in early voting, do you have any idea when we expect results?
The Secretary of State's office had said that he expected to have every vote counted by sometime tomorrow. There's been a little hitch in that. We just learned that Fulton County, the largest county in the state, is not going to process all their ballots tonight. At their main voting location, they had a water pipe burst, and it slowed down the voting. So I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed that we're not going to see the results tonight that we had expected to, and maybe well until tomorrow.
Georgia, definitely one to watch. That is Bill Nigut joining us tonight from Georgia Public Broadcasting. Thank you to you. Sticking with the Southeast now, where there's another critical race in the Senate. Felicia Edie is a reporter and producer for South Carolina Public Radio and joins us now. Felicia, that race in the Senate is one a lot of folks have their eyes on. Senator Lindsey Graham is fending off a challenge from Democratic challenger there, Jamie Harrison. You've been following that race. What's the latest on it?
Yeah, this race, I think it's hard to thinking of a lot of people for reasons. But like you said, the Republican incumbent Graham, he is seeking his 4th term. This is a seat that he has easily defended in the past. Even though South Carolina is a reliable red state, but this cycle around, the Democratic challenger, Jamie Harrison, is proven to be a force to be reckoned with when it comes to Graham and his team. Harrison has maintained a close position with Graham in the polls throughout his campaign, and he's outraised over $100 million, making it the most expensive Senate race in the history of the country. I don't think a lot of people were expecting that. I'm not sure if Graham was expecting that. That money that Harrison was able to raise a lot of times to be inside the living room, in the home of people who may not have known him, but they asked this tonight, after this week, they definitely know it now. Because we've had campaign ads after campaign ads after campaign ads. Earlier today, Harrison said that they visiting polling states in 2 counties, North County and Richmond County.
Felicia Edie live for us there in South Carolina from South Carolina Public Radio. Thanks to you, Felicia. 2 states to continue keeping our eyes on. Judy, back to you.
Yes, thank you to you, Amna, and to Felicia, and apologies about that audio difficulty. We're going to try to get that straightened up when we go back to Felicia a little bit later. We are now able to make a call. It is in the state of West Virginia. I think the polls have just closed in, let's see, 3 states, 2 more states. North Carolina has been delayed. It's 7:33 in the east, and we are able to call West Virginia. for Donald Trump. This may be the reddest state in the country. Not a surprise, but surely provides some relief to the Trump campaign. The Mountain State will remain in the Republican column. That's 5 electoral votes on top of 8 in Kentucky. So the president has a grand total of 13 electoral votes to Joe Biden's 3 in Vermont. Let's look at Ohio. This is a state where we are waiting for the results to come in. The president won Ohio. As we discussed with Gary Abernathy a little while ago, the polls closed in Ohio at 7:30 Eastern, but too early, obviously way too early, as the votes were going to take longer to call. They were not going to count their early votes until later. And let's see, do we have any more calls to make at 7:30? We do not. We should point out that North Carolina was to close at 7:30. They delayed it because of some issues with polls in early. Yet another, all right, here's a Senate race call. Our second Senate call of the night. This is West Virginia again. Shelley Moore Capito, the Republican, popular in the state of West Virginia, moving easily to re-election, challenged by Paula Jean Swearengin. That is not one that the Democrats had expected to pick up, but again, assuring a reassurance for the Republicans. So throughout this night, we do want to continue to give context to this election. Thankfully, we have our own Amna Navaz and Lisa Desjardins to help us understand this critical moment. What are you looking at now?
We're looking at the whole picture, Judy. Let's go back to the map. This is where it stands now in that race to 270 electoral votes. Just a few states have polls closed now. Lisa, anything stand out to you so far?
That Kentucky call, not a surprise at all. Good news for President Trump, but also good news for another Republican watching tonight, Mitch McConnell, who is on the line. His fate seems to be tied to President Trump's in that state. No, we don't have any results from that race yet that we're talking about, but that's good news for Mitch McConnell.
We're also still waiting results in Georgia, of course, as Amy mentioned earlier. That is one to watch. Here's a closer look at where those votes are coming in so far. As you can see right now,
there are 12 votes in from Georgia.
4% of the expected vote in so far. So, of course, a lot of information still to go here. But Lisa, what's standing out to you about where we're seeing these?
This is a map we're going to use through the night. Sometimes we call it a heat map. It shows not just which counties went which way, red and blue, but where the big votes are. You see most of them there, right in that upper corner. Atlanta, that is where Democrats are hoping they get enough votes to maybe win this state, certainly win these 2 Senate races, which is something I know we've been talking about.
Absolutely. 2 key Senate races there. Georgia, the only state in the country tonight that has both those Senate seats up for re-election. Walk us through those races, Lisa.
Amy did a good job explaining why we've got this strange situation. But here, let's look. This is the incumbent, David Perdue. He's a senior senator right now. And look, again, just 5% of the expected vote in. It is a tie. This is a tight race that we expect it to be all night. So this kind of number is something we could continue to see. Let's also take a look at the other Senate races of the special election in Georgia. There we go. Raphael Warnock, he's a Democrat. And then we've got Kelly Loeffler. She is the incumbent, appointed senator, Republican, and Doug Collins, her Republican rival. As Amy pointed out, any candidate needs 50% or more to win any of these races tonight. And if none of these candidates get it, there will be a runoff. Let's look at what's happening with a key vote, though, from some of our voter surveys, the suburban vote. This is that Perdue-Ossoff race. There's the Democrat Ossoff at the top line there, 56% of the suburban vote. That is the largest voting bloc in Georgia right now. That is something Democrats want, but there is a question. Is that enough margin for them to overcome rural votes and small town votes in the state of Georgia?
And you've been digging into some of those key counties, right? This is one of them in Georgia. You mentioned those key suburban areas. Tell us about Cobb County.
This is a fascinating Cobb County. Hillary Clinton narrowly won this county in 2016. And something else about this county, too, it is quickly diversifying. It is a place where you are seeing, and you see a large number of votes. It's the second largest in the state. But you're seeing increased minority. In fact, the percentage of Hispanics in this county has almost doubled in 10 years, now up to 13%. It is almost majority minority. An affluent county, it's a place where Democrats see a huge response, and they need a big vote total there to carry Georgia.
So we know counties like this could be the test for President Trump. We've seen some declining support in those suburbs for him there. Definitely one to watch, and we'll keep an eye on. For now, Judy, back to you.
All right. Thank you both. We appreciate it. And we do have a call to make in the state of Virginia, the presidency. It goes to Joe Biden. This is the state Amy Walter and I were discussing a few minutes ago, a state that used to be very much in the Republican column. It has trended more purple, if you will, as long as we're using this color analogy, Amy. But tonight, early on, the polls closed in Virginia, at 7 o'clock, and we're now at about 7:40 almost, and the AP feels comfortable as they, in their words, they call a race when they feel there is just no path for a challenger to overcome. That's right, a person. So for Donald Trump, it's not going to be Virginia.
It's not going to be Virginia. And the Mark Warner call early on was also instructive. You know, this is a candidate who has been on the ballot as Virginia has moved from red to purple to blue. And we remember when he first ran for governor, his whole campaign was trying to appeal to the NASCAR dads and NASCAR moderate voters, trying to win over the southern and western parts of the state that are ancestrally Democrat, now are overwhelmingly Republican. And now the bulk of the political power in the state comes from Northern Virginia and also increasingly from the suburbs in and around Richmond. And the state has changed, and he has gone through all of those different iterations of it.
And Joe Biden taking this, as you say, Northern Virginia suburbs. We're sure handily. We don't have the details yet, but that's outside of Washington, D.C. A lot of federal workers there and people whose employment depends on the federal government. So now we turn to two strategists who have insight into these campaigns. Katie Walsh served as Deputy Chief of Staff to President Donald Trump. She's now a senior advisor to the Republican National Committee. Guy Cecil is a longtime Democratic strategist. He's also the chairman of Priorities USA, a political action committee that supports Democratic candidates. They are both in Washington, and they join us now. So, Guy Cecil, you've been hearing some of the early analysis. You're seeing these early numbers, which don't really tell us very much. It's all pretty much what we expected. But you've got good sources. What are you hearing?
Well, I think the two things that are being confirmed tonight is that we need to approach the early numbers with caution. There are places where we know the earliest votes being tabulated are early and in person, and other places it's vote by mail, and other places combined. But you know, for the past 2 years, we have been focused on 6 states: Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, North Carolina, and Florida. Recently added Georgia to that list. And I think ultimately, when we get through tonight and early into the morning, are going to be the states that ultimately decide who the next president is. And at least from what we're seeing so far, we are encouraged that Joe Biden is performing where he needs to across the states where we have data so far.
Katie Walsh, are those the states that Republicans, that the Trump campaign is equally focused on?
Yeah, the president's been focused on Michigan and Wisconsin a lot, as well as Florida. I think you saw him do a barnstorm tour through the Sun Belt the last 3 or 4 days. But we feel very good about Florida. We feel very good about Wisconsin. I think the thing that we're happiest about is the incredibly high turnout on Election Day. As I'm sure has been talked about, Republicans tend to vote on Election Day, and given the fact that there were some very big absentee vote numbers on the Democrat side, the past few weeks have been reported, we needed a big turnout today, and we're seeing that, and so we're encouraged by that.
And Guy Cecil, back to you. Were Democrats worried all along with a heavy emphasis on turnout early? You don't want to take a chance of voting on Election Day because of the virus, that they may have, frankly, depressed their potential vote today?
No, in fact, if anything, you look at places like Philadelphia, where we are expecting near record turnout, if not record turnout. What we have found is by giving people multiple options, encouraging them to vote by mail where it's possible, and allowed us to cure what we think will be thousands of ballots. Allowing people to vote early in person has allowed them to make a judgment about whether or not they want to risk their own health. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that as we go into this night, the path for Donald Trump is incredibly narrow, in large part because his campaign spent so little time preparing for early vote and vote by mail, and really was essentially discouraging their voters from turning out early. And so with 100 million votes in before Election Day, we think that the old model, the old formula that Republicans can simply make up this gap going into Election Day is fundamentally flawed. We simply have more voters that have turned out early and in person through vote by mail.
Katie Walsh, you can respond to that if you want to, but I also want to ask you about suburban women voters. It's now become pretty well accepted that the president seems to be losing support, significant support among women, college-educated women, women who live in the suburbs. Why do you think that is? What do you think this president could have been doing differently to prevent that loss?
I think there are two issues. I think one we've seen over the last 4 years that suburban women have an issue with the president's tone at times, but I really think that the president's handling of COVID, I think some suburban women found they wanted a little more leadership from the federal government. They wanted a little more, perhaps a mask mandate, et cetera. But I think one of the really interesting things that I've been watching, especially through your the AP voter survey that's been coming in through the day, is the increase of non-college educated white voters. And so when you talk about the president losing some suburban voters, suburban women especially, when you look at an increase in non-college educated white voters, that's where the president could really make up some real ground. We believe that that's a segment of the population that, if it turns out high, will support the president. And so I think while, there will be some urban women that say, look, the president, I'm just not there on it, I think we're going to have some voters that didn't take part in 16 that have come around in 2020 and said, cast their ballot for Donald Trump today.
And just quickly, Guy Cecil, how do you explain the loss that apparently, this is a blow to Joe Biden if the non-college vote is going more heavily for the president?
Well, I think we have to wait and see what the actual results look like as we get Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania votes in. But the reality is Joe Biden built a much more diverse coalition than Donald Trump. He's brought new non-college white voters in. We've expanded our performance with Latino voters. We've certainly seen women who have responded to not just COVID, but the stoking of racial animus, the fact that Donald Trump has tried to scare them, thinking that public housing is ruining their neighborhoods. So we think the Biden coalition will be distinct from President Obama. It will be his own coalition built on a diverse group of people. And ultimately, we think that's going to be a strength going into these 7 states throughout the night.
Thank you both so much, Guy Cecil, Katie Walsh. We appreciate it, and we will come back to you as the night wears on. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we return to our core group of analysts for this night, socially distanced at the table. I'm joined by Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report, WNYC's Politics with Amy Walter, along with our frequent contributors who will be with us throughout this night. Syndicated columnist Mark Shields, New York Times columnist David Brooks, Washington Post columnist Jonathan Capehart, and the editor-in-chief of the Washington Free Beacon, Eliana Johnson. Mark Shields, what are you seeing so far tonight that gives you any better understanding of what the voters are saying this year?
Not much, Judy. I'll be honest with you. I mean, we've got our predictable states falling the way they are, and I'm a little apprehensive about jumping in with a categorical statement about this proves what 2020 is all about. Yeah. The turnout continues to amaze me. It's a great tribute to the American electorate, to American voters, and I'm so happy by that and happy about that. That's I guess the most cheering development to me.
David Brooks, we don't want to force you to draw a conclusion before there's one to be drawn. But what are you seeing tonight? You've been thinking hard, and I know throughout the year, not just in the last few days, about what the American voters are saying this year.
Well, all my prior opinions have been confirmed by the results so far. No, I think we've seen this trend throughout the year, which was the college-educated whites were going to the Democratic Party, and to some degree, Hispanics, and to a lesser degree, African Americans were actually going to the Republican Party, going to Donald Trump. And so far, the striking result tonight is what we've seen so far in Miami-Dade County, where Trump is doing massively better than 4 years ago. 4 years ago, we got 334,000 votes. Now it's already 450,000, while Biden is underperforming Clinton. And so, in my view, that's two things if these results hold. One, the Republicans ran really hard. The Democrats are the party of socialism. and B, Latino economic opportunity until COVID was doing pretty well under Donald Trump. The question for me as we go forward, is this a Cuban-American story or a Hispanic story? If it's a Cuban-American story, then it's isolated to Florida. If it's a Hispanic story, a bigger shift to Trump than we imagined, then it could have effect on a lot of states.
Well, I want to pick up on that and ask Jonathan Capehart about that, because we just heard Tim Murtaugh, who's communications director of the Trump campaign, say they expect that Donald Trump will double his percentage of the black vote from 8% to 16% this year, and that he will go from 28% of the Latino vote to 40% this year. We don't know yet if that's what's happening, but that's a pretty bold prediction.
It's a bold prediction, and I think I would say he stands a better chance of coming closer to his prediction with the Latino vote than he stands a chance of coming anywhere near his prediction for the African American vote. Look, I will give the Trump campaign credit for at least trying to go for the African American vote. There was a survey that was done a couple of weeks ago that showed that the president's support among Black men had hit in the double digits. This one particular survey that I'm thinking of had it above 15%. The New York Times Siena College poll recently had it at 11%. But still, you know, for a president who has had many, I should put it this way, the African American community generally has had a problem with President Trump. The fact that he has cracked double digits with Black men was something, so much so that you had Democrats for more than a year now warning the official Democratic Party to watch out for what the Trump campaign was doing in terms of trying to attract Black men. So I think Tim Murtaugh might be closer in his prediction. I don't think it's going to be double overall the Black vote. But I do think the inroads into Black men this time might do a little better.
Certainly got our attention when he said that. Eliana Johnson, what do you see in the Trump appeal to these two minority groups?
David made a good point that it's difficult to talk about Hispanics because Hispanics are not a monolith. Of course, Cubans are more conservative and other Hispanics more liberal. But one of the things that's caught my attention, and it is tough to offer analysis without really knowing the results, is which issues voters have said were important to them. Of course, the top issue, I don't think it will surprise anyone, was the coronavirus, but that was closely followed by the economy and jobs, where the president has traditionally had a slight advantage over Biden. Most striking, though, was that immigration, which to me was the defining issue of the 2016 election, was way down on the list, with I think just 3% of voters saying that that was their top issue. So I think what we can say is that the issues that are defining this election are far different than those that defined the 2016 election, with immigration almost completely disappearing. And I think you have to assume that that would have helped the president with Hispanic voters.
All right, we are going to leave it there with the four of you, but come back to you as soon as we can. Eliana, Jonathan, David, and Mark. And Amy, if you would just quickly pick up on that, because we really didn't know coming into tonight what that was going to be.
What the just in terms of what the main issues were going to be. Yeah, right. I mean, I think we know, and I think this was a very important conversation to have about the ways in which, the lens through which so many different voters saw this election. And when you're talking about suburban voters, especially white suburban voters, they saw it almost exclusively through the lens of Donald Trump, whether you liked him or you didn't like him. And here we have the suburban vote, for example, in Georgia, how that's breaking out now in AP Votecast. And you see that Joe Biden leading Donald Trump in the Georgia suburbs, which not that long ago, you go back to the Mitt Romney era, you don't have to go all the way back much further than that, and those numbers probably would have been reversed. So the inroads making there, but it doesn't necessarily help in a place like South Florida, which is so much more heavily Cuban, and of course, more diverse Latino population there.
There's so many cross currents. That's right. In the state of Florida. Amy Walter, we are going to continue to check in with public media reporters in important states across the country. Amna Nawaz, again, our guide there. Amna.
That's right, Judy. We turn now to another key battleground. Jeff Tiberi is the Capitol Bureau Chief and host of WUNC Politics podcast for North Carolina Public Radio. Jeff, good to see you. And let's talk about this key Senate race everyone's talking about, huh? There is the incumbent Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who is fending off a challenge from Democrat, that's Cal Cunningham. What is the state of the race, and what does it tell us about what could happen at the top of the ticket in North Carolina?
The other race is that this is a tight race. The polls for months have indicated that it is within the margin of error. And as a reminder, this is quite possibly the 50th or the 51st seat for either the Republican or the Democratic Party. So whichever candidate wins here, that likely possibly signals control in the U.S. Senate for the next Congress. Now, I think it's worth noting, it's interesting. North Carolina has this long history of ticket splitting. So when I say ticket splitting, voters here a number of times, 6 out of the last 10 general elections have voted for a Republican presidential candidate and a Democratic governor, their ticket between Senate and president. So a lot of people ask, colleagues and friends, and even people from out of state, is Tillis going to manage another 6-year term? For me, I look at history and I tend to think that at the end of the night, it seems more likely that Tillis or Cunningham will swim or sink with the corresponding candidate from their party at the top of the ticket.
Well, let's talk about the top of the ticket then, because I want to remind time that President Trump actually sparred with the Democratic Governor Roy Cooper there about whole mention in North Carolina. North Carolina's been hit hard by the pandemic. Is that a voting issue for people there?
If it is, it would tend to favor the Democratic governor from the polling that we've seen. He has received high marks for his handling of the pandemic, the coronavirus. He's one of only 2 Democratic governors across the South. And what we've heard time and time again from Democratic candidates, federal candidates, way on down to state legislative candidates, we've heard about the pandemic issues. We've heard about healthcare. We've also heard about education funding. So it's been a common refrain from Democratic candidates here. It has not been a common refrain, and pandemic response and pandemic-related issues, of course, from the Republican candidates.
That's fascinating look there in North Carolina from Jeff Tiberi, North Carolina Public Radio. Judy, back to you.
All right, Anna, so glad to be able to hear from these reporters. We want you to stay with us. We're taking a short break now. We'll be right back with the latest results at the top of the hour.
Funding for this program is provided by... For 25 years, Consumer Cellular has been offering no-contract wireless plans designed to help people do more of what they like. Our U.S.-based customer service team can help find a plan that fits you. To learn more, visit consumercellular.tv. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
I'm back with journalist Jeff Greenfield, and we're looking at key moments in the presidential campaign. Jeff, soon after Biden became the presumptive nominee, he made a promise. Listen to this.
I commit that I will, in fact, pick a woman to be vice president. There are a number of women who are qualified to be president tomorrow. I would pick a woman to be my vice president.
So after months of vetting, he selects California Senator Kamala Harris to be his running mate. She was a rival of his during the primary. But Jeff, what was the strategy behind Biden announcing he would share the ticket with a woman?
The Democratic Party has known for some time the only way it wins elections is with women's votes, because there's a gender gap over the last couple of decades that's now the size of the Grand Canyon. And so the idea of 2 men on the ticket was just politically a non-starter for the Democrats. And that, I think, explains why he did something most nominees don't do. Most nominees like to leave their options wide open. Biden was telling women from the get-go, it's going to be a woman on the ticket. When you look at Kamala Harris, you're talking about a couple of things. You're talking about the fact that in 2016, lower turnouts by Black voters in Philadelphia, Detroit, and Milwaukee probably made the difference in those 3 critical states. And so putting a woman of color on the ticket, I think, was a major deal.
When you look at the scrutiny on Senator Harris during this campaign, was it more given the fact that President Biden would be the oldest president to take office were he to win tonight?
Sure. Generationally, he had to give some signal to people younger than himself, which is most of the country, which I think is one reason why Elizabeth Warren, who was fairly close to Biden in age, was a non-starter. But I also think that there was another kind of unity. Remember that during the first debate, Kamala Harris had come on Biden on the busing issue very, very hard. I was that little girl. And while she wasn't the most progressive candidate in the field, that was Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, there was a signal, I think, to the more progressive Democrats that he was going in a different direction, that Kamala Harris represented a new voice in the party, someone who had not been represented on the ticket before. And I think we'll find out tonight whether or not that paid off in terms of who turned out to vote, whether a larger turnout from non-whites may have made the difference in some critical states.
Now, she certainly wasn't the most progressive option, but she might bring new voters under the Democratic tent. Jeff Greenfield, thank you.
Hello, I'm Judy Woodruff. Welcome back to our special PBS NewsHour live election coverage. It is 8 p.m. in the East on this critical election day. There are a number of states now with polls closed. In fact, at the 8 o'clock hour, 16 states and the District of Columbia. Here now are the latest results we have, and a reminder, we are relying on the Associated Press for our declaring these races one way or another. We are able to say President Trump, the winner in the state of Connecticut, the nutmeg state with its 7 electoral votes. Joe Biden also the winner in his home state of Delaware, that is 3 electoral votes in Joe Biden's column. Another state to call for Joe Biden, Illinois, 20 electoral votes. Not a surprise, but an important addition to the former vice president's election night tally. And in the state of Maryland, we can say that is a win for Joe Biden, the free state. This is a state Democrats are pretty much able to count on in modern presidential elections. A win for President Trump in Mississippi. They don't get much redder than Mississippi, and we're going to show you that visual in just a minute. Now we're going to stick with some states we're able to declare for former Vice President Biden. New Jersey. This is a state that Democrats have won the last several elections. It's in the Biden column this year. And another state, Oklahoma, the Sooner State. President Trump, this is a state that votes predictably Republican. Again, we don't ever say anything is predictable, but Oklahoma and its 7 electoral votes go to President Trump. Rhode Island, neighboring his home state of Delaware, Joe Biden, the winner. AP is Joe Biden, the winner in Rhode Island. And another win for President Trump in Tennessee with its 11 electoral votes, the volunteer state. This is a state that I don't think the candidates spent much time in, as in many of these other states that we were able to call just as the polls closed. That essentially means the AP is saying no chance for the other candidate to overtake. South Carolina, Joe Biden, Donald Trump winning in the state of South Carolina, the Palmetto State. The polls closed in South Carolina earlier at 7 o'clock, so it did take a little bit longer than some of these others. But with, 44,000 votes in are still very early, just 3% of the expected vote. The AP is saying that is going to be a win for President Trump. Now, just to clarify, we have not made any calls in these important states. Florida, in Maine, you can see some of the vote there, though. In the state of Maine, very early, 0 expected vote there. In Mississippi, we're still not calling it. Oh, wait a minute, I thought we did call it a minute ago. Let's get that straight. Yes, we have called Donald Trump the winner in the state of Mississippi. In Missouri, this is a state we don't have a call yet. We're waiting for results there. New Hampshire, the Granite State. We can see with a very early vote count, only 3% in, Joe Biden is ahead, but so early, no call yet. And Pennsylvania, the state, probably as much as any other state, both campaigns looking to Pennsylvania. It was a state Donald Trump took away from Hillary Clinton in 2016, both campaigns fighting hard for Pennsylvania. District of Columbia, we don't have a call yet, but this is a place that very typically votes overwhelmingly Democratic. We'll see when that call comes in. So we're looking at that map right now. If you add up the states that we in the Associated Press have been able to call in the all-important electoral vote count, which is what determines who wins the presidency. It's not the popular vote. It's the electoral vote count right now. With just a few minutes after 8 o'clock in the East, Joe Biden has 85 electoral votes. President Trump has 55. But again, very early, and we are waiting. I think we've got 24 states where the polls have closed. In a few minutes, they will close in North Carolina. But we don't expect an early call in North Carolina. That's a closely contested state, both in the presidential campaign and in the Senate campaign. So we're watching that. Our Yamiche Alcindor outside the White House, where the president and his team are watching these results very closely. Yamiche, what are they telling you? Well, we heard from Tim Murtaugh a while ago with the campaign that they are feeling very good. What are you hearing?
I am hearing the same. I'm hearing that President Trump, as well as people that are close to him, campaign aides, officials at the White House, they are all feeling very confident in the perspective of President Trump being reelected. But I want to share with you some reporting that I had a long conversation with a Trump ally, a person who works high up in the White House. He focused on the state that you just called for President Trump, Oklahoma. In June, President Trump held a rally there in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and it was expected that he was going to have 19,000 people there, but only 6,200 showed up. That state was in the throes of a coronavirus outbreak. It was a hotspot at the time. Campaign advisors and aides to the president pulled the president aside then and said, you have to change your messaging on the coronavirus pandemic. We saw the president then start to embrace facial coverings, start to talk a little bit more about the virus, saying at one point that we would be seeing a lot of hardship, that Americans would die from this virus. But then he never quite got on message, that source told me. That being said, the president himself still feels very confident in the way that he's handled this coronavirus pandemic. So that's why you see him still feeling very confident. One other thing, I've been talking to sources as results have been coming in from Florida. I know very closely because they say that Joe Biden is underperforming what Hillary Clinton did there in 2016. They believe that President Trump will be able to up American voters, and that will be the story of this election. Of course, it's very, very early to say that, but the Trump campaign feels confident that they've been able to run up those numbers.
Interesting that they are saying that this early, and you're right, Yamiche, we'll be watching to see what the actual numbers are as they come in. So Yamiche at the White House will be coming back to her frequently throughout this evening. Our John Yang is in Wilmington, Delaware with the Biden campaign. It's where they are gathered and watching these returns come in. John, what more are you hearing as we've now passed 8 o'clock in the East?
Well, it's still the same message from the campaign that they think they're in a good position. They feel that they've done everything they can do. They feel that they have banked a number of early votes and that the president will have to really overperform on in-person voting today to catch up in key battleground states. You know, it's very odd, this scene behind me, this parking lot, this sort of drive-in rally. If this were a normal year, this would be a ballroom filled with people. They're watching some returns on these big television screens, and normally you'd hear cheers as the states that are called for Biden, even if they're the dependably Democratic states. But here, not even a horn honk in this drive-in rally. It's been silence as this has been going on. Also, because of this, we can't sort of pop in and find campaign officials. The COVID precautions are extending to the candidates. Vice President Biden is at home with his family, no aides, no others watching returns with him. The Senator Kamala Harris and her husband, Douglas Emhoff, are in a separate holding room, keeping separate out of concerns because of the pandemic. Judy?
It is so interesting how this pandemic has completely not upended everybody's lives, of course, but also upended how we cover these campaigns and how they conduct themselves. John Yang, thank you. We will continue to come back to you. We also know that there are results in a number of Senate races where states have polls that have closed this hour, and we're going to give those to you now. In Kentucky, Mitch McConnell has been declared the winner by the Associated Press. Amy McGrath is challenging him, former Marine Army fighter pilot. I'm going to get it right. Marine fighter pilot challenged him, but as you can see, with the polls closed, about a little over an hour ago, in the state of Kentucky, the Senate Majority Leader will return to Washington for his 7th term in the United States Senate. Another call on the Senate side, Chris Coons, popular Democratic senator in the state of Delaware, also happens to be a close friend of Vice President Biden. He was seeking his 2nd full term, and AP, even with 0 expected vote, is declaring that he will be the winner, challenged by Lauren Witzke. In Illinois, another a hold for the Democrats. That is Dick Durbin, who is the minority whip in the Senate. He was seeking his 5th term in the United States Senate, and he will be coming back to Washington. Another hold for the Democrats in New Hampshire. Jean Shaheen was looking for her 3rd term. She defeats Corky Messner, who's a Republican, a lawyer. That's a state where people are perfectly comfortable splitting their ticket. The governor's race, the Republican is probably ahead. Chris Sununu, we will see in a few minutes, but right now the AP is calling the Senate race for Jean Shaheen. New Jersey, another hold for the Democrats. That's Cory Booker, who was challenged by Rick Mehta, and a lawyer. But Cory Booker, seeking his 2nd term, is coming back representing the Garden State. And here's yet another hold for the Democrats. Ed Markey in the state of Massachusetts looks like will be a coast to re-election. He was his real battle came in the primary just a few months ago, when he was challenged by Joe Kennedy, the congressman. And Congressman Kennedy went down to defeat the first Kennedy to lose in Massachusetts ever. So that was a closely watched contest. But Markey ended up, I think, with an 11-point win over, and tonight much easier task for him. The state of Oklahoma, Jim Inhofe will return to Washington. That's a hold for Republicans in the Sooner State. He defeats Abby Broyles, a former television journalist who is 32 years old. Somebody who was trying to break into national politics. Another hold for the Democrats in Rhode Island, the Ocean State. Jack Reed, who was challenged by Alan Waters. Jack Reed seeking his 5th term. A number of these senators you're seeing have been in Washington for a decade or more, coming back to Washington. For some of them, it's just their 2nd term. In the case of Jack Reed, he'll be back for a 5th term. In Tennessee, this is an open seat. Lamar Alexander retiring from the Senate after a number of years in Washington and also having been governor of Tennessee. Alexander stepping down. Bill Hagerty, a Trump donor. He was also ambassador to Japan, defeating the Democrat Marquita Bradshaw. She's active in the environmental movement in the Sierra Club in Tennessee. She would have been the first Black woman to serve, to represent Tennessee in the Senate, but Bill Hagerty winning in that state that Republicans can count on. So here's where we are. If you look at the balance of power at this point in the Senate, and you look at a map of the United States, right now, today, 53 Republicans, 47 Democrats. But given whatever shakeup happens as a result of tonight's election, and the night is still young, 34 Republicans have been reelected, 42, are returning, 42 Democrats. There are 35 out of 100 senators who are up. So we're just beginning to see these numbers come in. Those are the states you see in colors. The red, of course, Republican, the blue, are Democrats. But this is just a reminder, 2/3 of the Senate is not running. They are coming back regardless. We're looking at those 35 seats where it was mostly Republicans being challenged. Here are some states where we don't have a winner yet in the presidential race. In the Senate race, I'm going to go down the list. Mississippi, still waiting for result. Smith seeking her first elected return to Washington. In the state of Maine, big challenge for Republican Susan Collins, who is challenged by Sarah Gideon, Speaker of the Maine House of Representatives. Alabama, Democrat Doug Jones, Democrats stunned the country when Doug Jones picked up Alabama in a special election just a couple of years ago, but it was a very different environment running against a much weaker candidate, Tommy Tuberville. Even though you see a 72%, that's with just 1% of the expected vote. Tommy Tuberville has been seen as the favorite, former football coach for not just for Auburn, but for Ole Miss, a popular figure in Alabama. So we will see what happens in that Senate race. Democrats bracing themselves. So we return now to our core group of analysts for the night, socially distanced at the table. Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report and WNYC's Politics with Amy Walter, along with our frequent contributors who will be with us much of this night, syndicated columnist Mark Shields, New York Times columnist David Brooks, Washington Post columnist Jonathan Capehart, and the editor-in-chief of the Washington Free Beacon, Eliana Johnson. So Amy Walter, again, not many surprises, maybe that it took a little bit of time to call some of these races like Kentucky, the Senate race there, for Mitch McConnell. But what are you seeing? Are you seeing anything shaping up?
Nothing's shaping up, but it is notable, this Kentucky Senate race. You know, Amy McGrath was one of the first sort of viral candidates when she ran for the House in 2018, became that candidate again in 2020 because she was challenging Mitch McConnell. She raised so much money from this small donor community, lots and lots and lots of money, that we started to see, you know, there was talk, well, all this money's going to Amy McGrath, too bad she's sucking up all the money that could go to other Democratic candidates. Well, what we found when you talked about Jamie Harrison and the amount of money he was able to raise in South Carolina, there seemed to be an unlimited pool of small donor money going to Democratic candidates, which was just a sign of Democratic enthusiasm. And the McGrath campaign, though, really never able to take off. She lost, of course, in her House race in 2018, never really able to get much traction in the Senate race. So that wasn't that surprising.
That was one of those vain hopes. A bit of Democrats can always hope, and you're right, a lot of money. And people wondered about that money, knowing the clout that Mitch McConnell has and will have even more so if he remains the majority leader. Mark Shields, I'm thinking about money at this hour and thinking about how much money has been poured into the billions of dollars into these races. But money matters, of course, but it isn't always determinative, is it?
It's not always determinative, Judy, but it's a lot better to have it than not have it. This campaign presents a terrible dilemma. It's the corrosive effect of money and the time spent raising money and being in the company of people who have money in order to raise it for candidates and what it does to our politics. Partly diluted by the fact that an awful lot of money has come in just in direct mail or online, so it doesn't seemingly come with the same sense of obligation and commitment that a large donation does from an obvious vested interest. But the amount of money, and we are awash in money in politics. Make no mistake about it. To Donald Trump's credit, he's probably the greatest fundraiser the Democratic Party's ever had. I mean, Joe Biden's campaign was essentially raising money for car fare in March and April until Joe emerged. And when he became Donald Trump's opponent, Donald Trump became his opponent, he was gifted with enormous amounts of money. He outspent, and this is a Republican incumbent president being outspent by a Democratic challenger. I think it has to be some consideration and reflection afterwards, the Democrats give up that idea of limiting and reforming campaign finance, say, oh boy, this is a hell of a deal.
David, I don't know if you want to pick up on the money point, but also it does remind us of just what a viscerally divisive election this has been. I mean, Democrats feeling they can't put enough money into it, Republicans feeling the same way. Just a lot of animus out there.
Well, there certainly is, and money follows animus, I guess. Amy McGrath raised $88 million in a cheap media state, and it didn't do her any good. And I think it clarifies the role of money in American politics. It does corrupt politics because politicians have great faith in the power of money and of their lives around raising money. It doesn't make much difference with voters. Once a candidate is at threshold level of money to get known, all the other money that's dumped in, it just makes the roll bounce. It does have any effect. Political scientists have studied this fairly well. And big amounts of money in a high-profile campaign just doesn't matter. And I always tell people, if you are in the mood to give money to a high-profile campaign, lay down till the moment feeling passes, because you're not doing any good with that money. You're just making people on TV stations richer. So give the money to charity. I think the research is very clear on this, and Amy McGrath is the latest example.
And Jonathan Capehart, I mean, it sounds so wise what David Brooks is saying, and yet in every election, the numbers just seem to, I mean, I'm old enough to remember the first time a presidential race hit a total of $1 billion, and I think I saw the other day we're at 11 billion or something in this race, these races overall.
Right, and to pick up on what David was talking about, and also Mark, in terms of just the amounts of money that have been raised. Amy McGrath raised a lot of money, but the person who raised the most money for a Senate race in history is in South Carolina, Jamie Harrison. Last quarter, he raised $53 million in his effort to unseat the incumbent Republican Senator, Lindsey Graham. And we're about to find out if David's axiom, his rule is true, that a whole lot of money does not guarantee you or does not mean that you are going to win the race. Jamie Harrison got in that race knowing full well it was going to be an uphill battle, but in the polls and surveys through that race, he has either been tied or within 5 points behind Lindsey Graham. So for me, in terms of does money have an impact on a race, it's South Carolina that I'm going to watch.
And we know, Eliana Johnson, money can't buy you love. I guess. So tonight, are we going to prove that money can't buy you a Senate seat?
I don't think we know the answer to that question yet, but I do agree with Mark's point, which is that you're running as a candidate, you'd rather have the money than not, but we've seen since 2016 that it is not determinative. Amy McGrath outspent Mitch McConnell by $30 million, almost $30 million, and it didn't do her that much good. And I have to say, I think a lot of voters found President Trump's approach to this as candidate Trump in 2016 somewhat refreshing. He said back on the campaign trail 4 years ago that he had given money to Republicans, he had given money to Democrats, he had seen how this worked, and he didn't want these people's money. And I do think that there was something refreshing about that. Of course, his approach to this race was much different, but I think not as influential a factor as conventional wisdom might suggest.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like it. Well, you're right. We're going to continue to watch and see whether all this money that was poured into these Senate races and some others made a difference or not. Thank you all. We are going to come back to you, and as much of the focus of this election night zeroes in on Pennsylvania, we are going to turn now to Congresswoman Madeline Dean. She's a Democratic representative serving the area north of Philadelphia, and she joins us now from Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. Representative Dean, thank you very much for talking. We are all waiting to see what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. What are you hearing? What do you know right now?
Well, Judy, it's very good to be with you and to be with your esteemed panel. I just came in from visiting somewhere in the area of 25 polling locations, which means maybe in the area of 45 precincts. And I can tell you, I've never seen anything like the lines that we met early in the morning, and patient lines, standing in the cold. It was quite windy here this morning. We got out at 6:45. There were lines wrapped around school buildings. And then once the polls opened, the lines continued, but people moved patiently with no drama, socially distanced, wearing masks, bundled up, but they were enthusiastic. I have to tell you, it was so heartening, it was thrilling. It felt like a uniquely American moment where people believe their voice and vote matters. And by the end of the night, as we ran through the last few polling places, it sure does, because we were seeing polling places with 85 and 90% voter participation. Remarkable.
So how does that compare to 2016 when Hillary Clinton was counting on Pennsylvania, but it didn't deliver?
And you know tragically what happened here in 2016. Hillary Clinton lost by 44,000 votes across the entire Commonwealth, less than 1%. How I think it will turn out is that means that Joe Biden will win, I hope, by 4%, maybe even more. A tremendous difference. One of the reasons for that is we now have the ability for mail-in ballot, as you've seen across the country in different locations. Before we had an absentee ballot, and modernizing our legislature modernized our election rolls and allowed for, and this was pre-pandemic, allowed for no excuse mail-in ballots. Here in Montgomery County, suburban Philadelphia, 275,000 registered voters applied for early mail-in ballot and participated in the election that way, and we still had the lines at the polling place. The overwhelming sense is that the voter participation, the high voter participation, I believe, will reward Democrats. Most importantly, I hope and will believe will deliver Pennsylvania as a keystone state for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Congresswoman Dean, we heard a little while ago from someone who's been working with the Trump campaign with the RNC, speak about how well they believe the president is doing with non-college educated voters, better even than he did in 2016. How do you account for that? What is it about the Democrats that's making it hard for them to speak to these voters who are without a college education?
Well, I think we have an obligation to speak to, appeal to, listen to non-college educated voters. But I would tell you anecdotally, this isn't scientific, but anecdotally, an awful lot of those voters who voted for Donald Trump 4 years ago because he was willing to break it up and do things differently are not voting for him tonight. And so I'm not certain that the premise of that is correct. And we are not a monolith. We, particularly in my community, are very diverse in ethnicity, in what we do, in the level of education that we have. And I believe the suburban women vote in particular will be overwhelmingly a rejection of Donald Trump's corruption and just inability to do the job. I mean, think of where we are. We're in a pandemic. We have an economic collapse. This president, even if you didn't care about his corruption or his indecency, he's incapable of doing the job. He's just not a good manager. And so I think suburban Philadelphia is going to be really critical to this election. Suburban voters, white voters, diverse sets of voters are overwhelmingly, I think, going to be saying Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are the key to our future.
Representative Madeline Dean of Pennsylvania, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And now for a view from the other side of the aisle, let's bring in Oklahoma Republican Tom Cole. He's a deputy minority whip in the House. He joins us now from Oklahoma City. Congressman Cole, thank you very much for joining us again. I know you talked to us at during the Republican convention. I'm asking you what I'm asking all those who are connected to these campaigns. What are you hearing from the Trump folks and from your contacts inside the House and Senate campaign committees?
Well, frankly, a lot of confidence on the Trump side. I think right now it's just too early to tell. Every race is falling the way you would have anticipated it would fall. States are falling the way they would anticipate that you would anticipate they would fall. That tells me we're in for probably a pretty long night here. And again, as I call around the country, I talked to a couple of my colleagues in Pennsylvania. They were very confident that the president would do extremely well and carry the state. So just too soon to tell, but it looks like both sides' base has held up. They're active, and I expect a very high turnout, very intense
campaign.
Well, you're right. We are hearing two very different stories. The Biden people saying they feel good about Pennsylvania, the Trump people saying they feel good about Pennsylvania. But throwing it out, Congressman Cole, has the president been serious enough in the way he has talked about and approached this virus, this COVID-19 pandemic? We see in the voter surveys today that's the major issue for many Americans.
Well, there's no question that this is something that took the world unawares at the beginning of this year. Frankly, where I think the president doesn't get the credit he deserves is on Operation Warp Speed vaccine. But we're going to have multiple vaccines in short order, more rapidly than at any point in human history. That was done by this administration and frankly by the brilliance and creativity of the people of the United States of America. In terms of management, I don't see a lot of difference, honestly, between Europe and here. We're going through a spike, they're going through a spike. And these are first world countries with great healthcare systems. So no question it's a big problem. No question it's a major issue. No question people are concerned about it. But I think, when all is said and done, we'll end up probably having done more in the therapeutics area and the vaccine area than any country in the world, and having ushered in those things more rapidly than ever before in human history. That's something that I think the president will take a great deal of pride in, because his administration's led the effort to do that.
Do you think it's been smart for him, though, to dismiss the science here and to criticize Dr. Tony Fauci, who's the chief infectious?
I know Dr. Fauci very well. I actually used to chair and now the top Republican on the subcommittee on approach that funds the NIH. I'm one of America's, I think, great public servants. So I'm sorry the two have fallen out with one another, but they each have a different function. Dr. Fauci himself has pointed out his job is to look at the public health aspects. The president's job is actually to look more broadly, look at the economy and the functioning of the country. So there's going to be a little bit of tension in those roles. But again, I have enormous respect for both individuals. And hope when this is all said and done, they can be back on the same wavelength.
So the president, just the other night, hinting he might fire Dr. Fauci. It sounds like you would urge him not to do that.
I would urge him not to do that. Look, I think this is one of the really fine public servants that we have. He's been there under multiple presidents of both parties, won the Medal of Freedom under President Bush. A pretty extraordinary man, and represents an extraordinary public institution at the NIH. So again, I'm a big fan of his, but I mean, I'm not a big supporter of the president because I am.
And just finally, Congressman Cole, and quickly, what if President Trump's reelected? What would you encourage him to do differently?
I think I would probably lead off with things that bring the two parties together, probably an infrastructure bill, the type of things that politicians on both sides can work with one another. I think there's some things on the tax front we can do together. It's an interesting bipartisan bill we may actually get done before even the end of the lame duck on retirement. I would be looking for issues that unite rather than divide. I think the country is desperate to do that. And I also think, the country wants to work on things. The other point I'd make is to really continue to hit the accelerator, which I know he is on Project Warp Speed. And the key here is to get the virus in the rearview mirror. You're not going to get the economy where we want it to be until you do that. Again, I think we're set to do that, but it should be all hands on deck to deal with that.
Congressman Tom Cole, who is a deputy minority whip in the House of Representatives, joining us from Oklahoma. Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Really, thank you.
And it is now 8:30 p.m. in the East. We do have one more state closing, and the AP is able to call that state right away for President Trump. It's Arkansas, a state that pretty reliably, it's Bill Clinton's home state. He was able to win it, but Republicans have counted on it ever since. We also have a winner in the Arkansas Senate race, Tom Cotton. I'm looking here very quickly to see, yes, Tom Cotton was looking for his second term in the Senate. He's defeated Ricky Harrington. This is with 0% of the expected vote in, but this suggests that the AP, in looking at the history of voting in that state and looking at the voter surveys, are confident that Tom Cotton will win that Senate seat. It's a hold for the Republicans. And now, to help bring some context to this historic election, we turn
talk about Florida, what we know and what we don't know. Polls there have closed. We know 29 electoral votes are up for grabs there. And you can see 88% of the expected vote is already in. Lisa, Florida is one of those places we know we could have near complete results because of the way that they count. What are you looking at right now?
The red blue does not tell the tale alone. Let's look at what we call the heat map that shows where more votes are in the state. There you see these urban centers way down here over near me. You see Miami, Orlando up there in the middle, Disneyland showing up to vote. And then an important area to watch tonight over there, look there on the Gulf Coast. That's Tampa, right here you can see. And I think we want to talk a little bit more about that particular area. As you see, this race in Florida right now, Donald Trump ahead by just a few points. But let's look at a county in the Tampa area that we're following all night. This is Pinellas County. There you see the Pinellas Peninsula. It's got St. Petersburg on it. President Trump won this by just 1 point in 2016. It is also interesting because it is the second largest metropolitan area. Miami gets all the headlines, but over there in St. Petersburg, Tampa, that also have a huge amount of votes. And finally, there are a lot of seniors in this county. About 25% of this county is made up of people over the age of 65. So a very important voting block. And I want to look at what's happening in this swing county. Let's go back to look at the results in Pinellas County. Look at that, 50% for Joe Biden, 49% with 100% reporting the edge going to Vice President Biden in a county that a lot of people are watching tonight. Doesn't mean the state will go that way, but it's a place that people, Democrats, would like to see him eke out a win there.
And some of those key suburbs we know where they are both battling for that vote. Republican officials already saying high turnout in some of those southern Florida suburbs. Seems to be good for them, but enough information to make those calls just yet. Here's a look at the national map, though.
And one last thing about this. In Florida, in Pinellas County, they might be kind of stretching back, eating the Greek food, which is what the Pinellas County officials told me they're having for dinner tonight, because most of their county's in. The exact opposite in this state, Pennsylvania, where you see it's in gray. And about 15 minutes ago, we understand polls closed, no results. They're in for a very long night. I know officials there are feverishly counting. They were just able to start their count of the early vote when those polls closed at 8:15. So a lot of people want to know what's happening in Pennsylvania. Most of all the election officials there who are counting right now.
And the rest of the country, I'd say, probably more people as well. Two key states, Judy, could be powerful indicators for how the rest of the race goes tonight.
No question about it. Count on Lisa Desjardins to know what they are having for dinner as they are watching the votes come in.
I'm kind of hungry.
Florida. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll be coming back to you. Also following the results with us tonight are national political reporters, Erin Haynes. She's editor-in-chief of the 19th. It's a new nonprofit digital outlet focused on women and politics. And Robert Costa of the Washington Post, our friend and host of PBS's Washington Week. Hello to both of you. Robert, I'm going to pick up right where I think Lisa and Anna left off in Florida. You've been looking very closely at what the campaigns see there. What are they telling you?
So here's what I know, Judy. You look at the numbers of Miami-Dade, at first glance, doesn't look too good for the Democrats in Miami-Dade. Vice President Biden could be underperforming based on some of the early returns compared to Secretary Clinton, the margin against President Trump. But my Democratic sources have been texting me in the last few minutes and saying that Miami-Dade should not be extrapolated to the rest of the state of Florida because of its heavy Cuban population, and that many Republicans of Cuban descent in Miami-Dade are going for President Trump, but that doesn't necessarily indicate how different cities are going to play out around Florida or around the country, that's a specific demographic group in that county. And so Democrats remain cautiously optimistic that Florida could still be within reach.
And Robert, we should point out, this is a state, we were talking a few minutes ago about money. A lot of money was put in that state, not just by the Democrats, the Biden campaign, but Mike Bloomberg put, 10 million? You know the number better than I do.
And Mayor Bloomberg, the former mayor of New York, has been trying to get people who have had experience in prison to make sure that they're registered to vote. And you see a real ground game for the Democrats in Florida. But President Trump, because of a lot of the Midwesterners moving down to the west coast of Florida, has always been in a pretty steady position in that state. That's why he keeps going back there, not only to Mar-a-Lago, but to rally those Midwestern voters with his grievances on the West Coast.
And you're right, Bob, that is the president's second home state, or I guess first home state. That's where he voted in this election, even though we think of him as a New Yorker. Aaron Haynes, to you, I know you spent a lot of time in this campaign looking across the board at all the issues, but in particular, you're coming to us tonight from Philadelphia. You've been looking at women and how women are looking at this election, and what are you seeing?
Well, Judy, what we're seeing is that the pandemic is absolutely political for women, and it is driving them to the polls in droves. Early voting in Pennsylvania in general was huge, and in Philadelphia County, the largest county by population in the state, it was very active, so much so that frankly, I spent the day looking for precincts, looking for long lines, and really not finding any. We know that 101 million people cast their votes early, the majority of those being women in states like Pennsylvania. And I think the result of that is, the remaining projected maybe up to 50 million additional people that were voting on election day means that there were shorter lines perhaps than there would have been during the early voting period, which is really remarkable to consider. But women were absolutely already motivated and galvanized before the pandemic, and the pandemic has only really ratcheted that up to get them to the polls in record numbers, even in the midst of a public health crisis that is also having a huge economic impact on them.
And I want to pick up on that, follow up on that with you, Aaron. What does that tell you about why there appears to be a big gender gap between how women are voting and men? At least that's what the polls going into the election showed. We will know once we see the results whether that's borne out. But what is your understanding of why women seem to be preferring Joe Biden more than men?
Well, we saw in the gender gap that it is Joe Biden that women really trust to respond. In poll after poll, Joe Biden is the person they trusted to respond to this coronavirus crisis. They have been frustrated, so many women, with the lack of a national plan from President Trump, even as they are having to come up with plans for themselves, for their households, for their communities. These are a lot of times essential workers, frontline workers, domestic workers, women who are really being impacted and responding to the coronavirus pandemic disproportionately. And that is translating directly into political action, not only at the ballot box, but also in organizing activity, donations, volunteers. We saw so many hundreds of thousands of young women signing up to be poll workers this cycle. So, for women, so many of them, especially Black and brown women, saw this election as existential, particularly with the dual pandemics of coronavirus and systemic racism. And that, I think, is really leading to a turnout that we may see exceeding turnout among women from even 4 years ago.
All right, Aaron Haynes and Bob Costa, and we will be talking to you all through the night. Thank you. So we are watching many voter groups tonight, demographic groups, and one important one, of course, Latino voters and who they are supporting in these battleground states. Daniel Garza, he's in Miami tonight. He's the president of the Libre Initiative. It's a conservative advocacy group focusing on the U.S. Hispanic community. He previously served on the White House staff of President George W. Bush. And Guy Cecil is a longtime Democratic strategist, the chairman of Priorities USA. It's a political action committee that supports Democratic candidates. Guy Cecil back with us again this hour. Daniel Garza, to you first. We heard a little bit of reporting just moments ago from Robert Costa, from Bob Costa, about how Democrats are saying even though it looks as if President Trump overperforming among Latino, mainly Cuban voters in the Miami area, that there are other parts of the state where the Democrats hope to overcome that. Give us your sense of the breakdown of the Latino vote in Florida and where you see it going.
Well, a big contrary to Mr. Costa, we knew that Latinos were not as excited as their non-Latino counterparts in voting for Biden. Through the Pew Hispanic poll told us that only 54% of Latinos were excited to vote for Biden, as opposed to 72% of non-Latinos. And Miami-Dade County has proven this out. Now, a lot of it has to do, of course, with the grassroots outreach that's been done by the Trump team, the canvassing that was done, and Biden chose to pass on canvassing. The mega events that were being held, Biden chose to have more cautious type of events. So there was more energy that was created within that space in southern Florida that I think may translate over to other Latino communities, like Pennsylvania even, where there's 1 million Latinos. And in cities like Reading and Hazleton and Allentown and Lancaster, I mean, you're talking about 40 to 50%, 70% in Reading, where there's 90,000 population, is Latino. if they're not excited about voting for Trump, that spells bad news. Now, I think it's also important, Judy, to
You
point
mean
out
about Biden? Yeah.
yes, that there is a gender gap within the Latino community as well. Since 1972, we know that Latina women have voted in higher rates for the Democrat candidate than Latino men. But if you're getting Latino men excited, I'm talking about the Trump campaign, this could spell bad news for the Biden campaign.
Guy Cecil, weigh in on this. I mean, what is the relationship right now between the Democratic Party and the Latino community? I mean, it was thought that because of President Trump's very firm stance on immigration, that Joe Biden would have a shot at doing very well among Latino voters.
Well, one thing you'll learn having grown up in Miami as I did, and that is that the Latino community, the Hispanic community in Florida is not monolithic. And neither is it across the country. The fact of the matter is, when we look at Central Florida, that's going to look a lot more like the vote that we're talking about in Pennsylvania, where we see a large number of Puerto Ricans who have moved into Pennsylvania. Two things I think that are happening right now with the early numbers when we look at it demographically. We can look in Florida at Miami, which I think will ultimately prove to be the exception to the rule. And we can also start looking at the vote that's coming in the rest of Florida and in places like Ohio, where we have large suburban communities. And I think in both of those cases, what we're going to find is that it looks a lot more like what we're going to see in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, and in Wisconsin. And so again, just showing some patience around a more diverse set of demographics, whether it's within the Latino community or in demographics that look like the 6 states that we've been talking about tonight.
So when you're talking about suburbs, when you bring up Ohio, the rest of Florida, and when you say it looks like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, you're talking about the votes in the suburbs.
Suburban voters, also voters, non-Cuban Latino voters in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, also in places like North Carolina, which has seen a significant increase as a percentage of the expected vote there. And so I think it's too early to draw too many conclusions based on what we're seeing in Miami-Dade. And I think it's also important to point out that when we look at other counties across Florida, we actually see Joe Biden in many cases exceeding the vote totals of Hillary Clinton, and in some cases our own expectations. So we got to look at the long term, we got to look at the larger map and recognize that we still have about 6 or 7 states that will ultimately give multiple options to the Biden campaign.
All right, well, we are certainly not in a hurry here. Of course, we all want to know the result, but it's much more important to us that we wait, that we see exactly what these counts are, and that when states are called, that they're the right call. All right, Guy Cecil, Daniel Garza, we thank you both. It's very good to see you. Thank you. And Amy Walter, I don't want to slice and dice the American electorate so much, but it is tempting. You know, we talk about the women's vote, the Latino vote, the senior vote, the youth vote.
And how different they look in different states. I mean, one thing that's been really interesting in this time of Trump being the president is how much the suburbs have moved in. I don't want to say they're monolithic, but before President Trump was elected, what we saw were Democrats doing better and better in places like where Representative Dean represents, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, outside of Philadelphia or in the Northeast, sometimes around the suburbs of Chicago, but it didn't really go beyond that. And then in 2018, we saw this explosion of suburban vote for Democrats in places like Texas and Atlanta, in Georgia, and in Southern California, in Orange County. And so it's almost becoming now where the suburban vote is becoming less regionalized, but it still looks a little bit different in the different parts of the country. And the Latino vote especially is one that we spend a lot of time talking about, but we really don't spend enough time digging into how different they look in each and every one of these states.
Dangerous to generalize. We will try not to do that tonight. Amy Walter, thank you. So now we want to take a bit of a longer view tonight, take a step back with presidential historian and NewsHour regular Michael Beschloss. Michael, very good to see you. I know I want to step back and I want to step up and frankly raise our sights and remind everybody just how different this election is from any other. Certainly in my lifetime, in my time of covering American politics since the late 1970s and the Jimmy Carter, Gerald Ford election. They don't get any more different, I think you can say, than this one has been.
No, they really don't, Judy. You're absolutely right. A pandemic of a kind we haven't seen in 100 years, economic crisis, people out of work, suffering, race issues that are urgent, a divided country, and some people worried about President Trump's strong tendency toward, in some cases, critics will say authoritarianism. All that's at stake tonight. And if you had to look all through American history to an election where there was this big a difference between the two major candidates, I think you might have to go to 1900, William Jennings Bryan versus President McKinley, who had very different views about the economy and what we should do in the world, and maybe all the way back to 1864, when President Lincoln was running for a second term against George McClellan, who, had he been elected, General McClellan might have shut down the Civil War. We might have become two or more countries. It would have been that much of a difference. And the other thing is that, you know, one silver lining of this year, I think, could be turnout. We've seen all this early voting. We've seen all this energy that people are saying they haven't seen before. The highest turnout in recent times was 60 years ago this week, Kennedy versus Nixon, and the figure was 62.8%. 4 years ago, you'd think that we would have seen high turnout with Hillary Clinton against her opponent, Donald Trump, but it was only 55.5%. I think there's a very good chance tonight that we could set some records in turnout. That would be a good thing.
It is, that's right, and we don't know, but going into this election, over 100 million Americans voted early, and the expectation is that we will clearly surpass the 136 million in 2016. Very quickly, Michael, I mean, it is kind of remarkable that the American people, in the midst of this terrible pandemic, are showing up. They are expressing their strong views. Not all of them, there's still people sitting it out, but people are weighing in on their what happens to their country.
If you have a political system that's working, then what happens is when you got an election, people just turn out. Kennedy and Nixon ran at the height of the Cold War in 1960. That's why that turnout was so high. People wanted to make sure that they were safe. I think we may see the same thing this year, and that would suggest that our democracy is very healthy.
Well, we can all certainly hope that that is the case. Michael Beschloss, we thank you and look forward to talking to you as this night wears on. We do continue to check in with public media reporters in important states across the country. Amna Navaz has been doing that, and again, she is our guide. Amna.
Thanks, Judy. You know, on every election day, the spotlight shines on the Sunshine State. Tom Hudson is Vice President of News and Special Correspondent for WLRN in Miami, Florida. He joins us now. Tom, it's good to see you. You probably just heard a few of our guests tonight weighing in on the fact that Vice President Biden seems to be underperforming compared to Hillary Clinton back in 2016 in some key areas, including Miami-Dade. Give us your sense of what you're seeing on the ground and why you think that is.
Yeah, it's pretty substantial here with most of the votes now coming in, not all of them, still unofficial, uncertified results, but Republicans showing some strength in South Florida, not just in Dade County, but elsewhere. Former Vice President Joe Biden, the margin that he has in Miami-Dade County right now is only a third of what Hillary Rodham Clinton's victory margin was in 2016. And the margin that the former vice president has in Democratic-heavy Broward County is slightly less than what Secretary Clinton had 4 years ago. And it's smaller in Palm Beach County as well. So underperforming Democrats, not just a Miami-Dade County story. Certainly it's a big story here in Miami-Dade County, but it appears to be throughout South Florida, which had been a traditional stronghold and which did turn for Secretary Clinton to the tune of about a 700,000 vote margin 4 years ago for the Democrats.
Tom, very briefly, why do you think that is? We've heard the Trump campaign sell their ground game. Is that where the difference seems to be made right there?
I think it's partly the ground game. I think that the former vice president, Biden, was slow and late to countering the claims of socialism and communism, particularly when it comes to the Cuban, the Venezuelan, and the Colombian important vote here in South Florida.
All right, that is Tom Hudson joining us from Miami tonight. Thanks to you, Tom. Let's head north now and check in with Steve Missler. He is Chief Political Correspondent and State House Bureau Chief for Maine Public Radio. Steve, welcome to you and thanks for being with us. Obviously, one of the big stories we're watching in Maine is Senator Susan Collins, the Republican incumbent, and whether she can hold on to her seat. She just came out and spoke to supporters. What did she say, and what does that say about the state of the race?
Well, I think her first message was that it's going to be a very long night, and I expected that's probably true. I mean, all of the polls leading up to this contest showed a statistical dead heat. Some of the exit polling suggests the same, and I think if that happens, if neither she nor the other frontrunner, Democrat Sarah Gideon, get an outright majority tonight or tomorrow, what happens is that Maine has ranked choice voting. We're the only state in the country that has it for congressional contests. And if neither of those two candidates get to a 50+1%, then we will have a ranked choice voting runoff. And that will take a few days, potentially even a week. Because what happens is that all the state has to send out couriers to gather all the paper ballots from 400 to 500 municipalities across the state. And that takes time. And then all those ballots will come back to the state capitol where they will run them through a tabulation machine. And then we'll have a winner. But that's only if we don't get an outright majority tonight. And that's certainly tracking that way, although it's really early in terms of how many precincts have been reported so far.
Steve, very briefly, give us a sense of what some of the biggest issues have been driving that race. We know Maine has been hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. Has healthcare and that issue been motivating voters this cycle?
Absolutely. I mean, the COVID situation in Maine is it's trending in a bad direction at the moment, but it has been one of the better performing states in the country. But it's still top of mind for voters. That's clear in the exit polling. It was the #1 issue in some of the exit polling that we've seen. It continues to be an issue in the campaign. Senator Susan Collins has taken credit for a COVID relief program that she's been campaigning on very heavily. And Sarah Gideon, the Democrat, who also is the Speaker of the Maine House of Representatives, they've been adjourned since March, and Sarah, she's come under fire for not doing more to try to reconvene a special session. So those are two dominant issues in the campaign, and certainly healthcare. So that's another one too.
That's a Senate race we're going to keep an eye on. Steve Missler of Maine Public Radio joining us tonight. Thank you, Steve. And Judy, back to you.
Thank you, Amna. It's really interesting to hear from these reporters on the ground in these states that we are watching so closely. We are going to take a short break now. Please stay with us for our NewsHour live coverage of the election. More results at the top of the hour.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2020 election. We've been speaking with journalist Jeff Greenfield about pivotal moments in the campaign. And Jeff, the coronavirus pandemic has been President Trump's main challenge since the spring. Let's just remind viewers what Mr. Trump said about it early on.
It's going to disappear one day. It's like a miracle. It will disappear. It'll go very quickly. It will go away. You know it is going away. And it will go away, and we're going to have a great victory. This is going to go away without a vaccine. It's going to go away, and we're not going to see it again, hopefully, after a period of time.
And the president downplayed the severity of the virus, even while the U.S. death rate surpassed other advanced nations. Jeff, talk about how the pandemic became so politicized and whether that ultimately is going to serve the president tonight.
Well, we're going to find out about tonight, but what's clear is that this was a moment where a different president might have said, I'm going to be in effect, a wartime leader. This is putting this country into a very difficult situation. And what I need to do is to go beyond politics and find the right remedies, the mitigation remedies that will make this as easy or as less difficult as possible. But by dismissing it, because he thought it was going to hurt the economy and hurt his chances for re-election because it was bad news, he basically split the country. Between those people who said, hey, this is really serious, you better listen to the experts, and those who said, no, it's an exaggeration, it's an imposition on our right to behave freely, to go to restaurants freely. And it really set the tone of the whole campaign in terms of the response to this epidemic.
When you and I have spoken before, Jeff, you mentioned that the president's polling numbers were the same pretty much pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. Are you saying this was a missed opportunity where the president could have surpassed Biden by uniting the country?
I think that's right. It's really crucial to remember that the president was behind in the polls even before the pandemic and the consequent economic catastrophe. But I think this was a chance for him to reach out to people who were not supporting him, who didn't like his mannerisms, who didn't like his aggressiveness, and say, okay, we are in this together. I'm not reaching out just to my base. I'm going to become a different kind of leader. And I think that could have made a difference. But the fact that the numbers basically didn't change tells you something about the president's response.
Jeff Greenfield will get more into the president's response to COVID in a later segment. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Judy Woodruff. This is our special live coverage of the election. It is now 9 p.m. in the East. The polls have now closed in 13 more states. Here are the results for president at this hour. This is a race we are able to call 2 hours after the polls closed in the state of Indiana, the Hoosier state. We're able to call it. The AP is able to call it for Donald Trump. He picked up Indiana by 19 points in 2016, a red state. So it's interesting that it's taken longer in 2020. We may find out more about that a little bit later. As you can see, they're still counting the raw votes, the real votes. This is a call made by the AP, meaning they are comfortable in saying Amy Walter. I'm going to bring you into this conversation.
Yes, hi, sorry, trying to figure that out about Indiana.
Yeah, I don't want to read more into it than what there may be. We don't have any. Can we look at those numbers again? I just want to see Indiana one more time. Joe Camp, our director, if you could let us take a peek at Indiana. There we go. So with 55% of the expected vote in Amy, Donald Trump at 60%. That's we'll see. Maybe he'll end up with a 19-point margin.
That he had in the same. Yeah, no, I mean, this is certainly turning out to be what we expected, which is it's going to be a long night. And we talked about how close these states were in these final days in terms of the polling margins in these states, what we saw in the 2018 election as well, where as we moved across the country, we saw different results, but we had to wait for some time to get the full picture of what was happening.
And I'm now being told by Sarah Just, our executive producer, that we do have some races to call. These are states where the polls have just closed, but the AP confident that these will be the result. Here in Louisiana, AP calling President Trump the winner. Not a surprise. That's a state he won by 19, 20 points. Nebraska. This is the state of Nebraska, or I think it's we're calling the state of Nebraska for Donald Trump. We're going to be looking at the congressional districts later to see if there's any division in the electoral vote. No votes counted yet, but that's where Nebraska is. New Mexico being called for Joe Biden. That's 5 electoral votes for Joe Biden, a state that went Democratic 4 years ago by eight votes now. And here's another state the Democrats are very happy to count on, New York, with its 27 electoral votes being called by the AP for Joe Biden. North Dakota, not as many electoral votes, but still one that the Republicans are happy to have. Three electoral votes. North Dakota, the Sioux state, AP is calling for President Trump. Another state for President Trump, its neighbor to the south, South Dakota, the Sioux state. The Mount Rushmore state. North Dakota is the Sioux state, South Dakota is Mount Rushmore. There is a little bit of the vote in, just 2% of the expected vote. The AP is comfortable calling this white Republican state, South Dakota, for President Trump. Another state for President Trump with no expected vote in yet, but Wyoming, we could pretty safely say was going to go Republican, and it is the AP declaring that President Trump will take Wyoming, the equality state, which brings me to our own Amna Nawaz. As we look at this map of the United States, it's still early, 119 so far for Joe Biden, 92 for President Trump. But I think he is making these calls even when there are no votes counted.
So the thing to remember about that expected vote number, right, is that is an estimate. AP says they are populating that. They're using an algorithm that's based not only on past participation and turnout, also registration numbers, historical data, and that expected vote number. Remember, that replaces the precincts reporting number we used to use because fewer Americans are walking into precincts and casting their ballots in this election. So it is confusing for a lot of people to see 0% of the expected vote. But remember, AP has the standard where they have the state designated race caller. This is someone who knows the state inside and out, past historical trends, and also what they expect in this turnout. And then they are working with the editors and analysts at their decision desk to analyze not just what they know of the early vote, but also what they're seeing in terms of political trends. AP is making the call to say, we know that the trailing candidate in this case, based on all of this data that we have across the board, has no mathematical chance of catching up. And we, as the AP, are saying we're going to be very conservative about making these calls. We are aligning ourselves with the Associated Press because they do have such a strong track record of getting it right, and particularly in the year 2000, when they were the only main news organization not to call the presidential race when many other news organizations did that. And we should point out the polls have closed in 14 states at 9 o'clock in the East. We've told you what some of the results are, what some of the races declared are, but there are a number of states we still don't have a winner declared in, among them Texas, Minnesota, Michigan. I'm looking down the list, Colorado and Arizona. That's just some of the races, not to mention states where the polls closed at 8 o'clock or even at 7 o'clock, including Georgia. We're still waiting. It's 2 hours later, but we are waiting to get it right. And that's what we will do all night long. So let's return now to our core group of analysts for the night, socially distanced at the table. Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report, WNYC's Politics with Amy Walter. I'm giving you such a big plug. Along with our frequent contributors who are with us, educated columnist Mark Shields, New York Times columnist David Brooks. So good to have the three of you here with me. Amy, we don't really know any surprise results yet, but we are piecing information together, and you've been looking really hard at your computer all this evening.
Trying to figure out, yes, what's coming in. Well, you know, the question coming into this election was sort of where these different pathways were for the candidates for 270 electoral votes. Democrats really banking on moving into the Sun Belt states, the Floridas, the Georgias, the North Carolinas, Texas. Now, these are very different kinds of states. What they do have in common, especially when you think about Georgia or Texas or North Carolina, are growing suburbs, new people moving in who are coming from all different kinds of places, but are really moving in for economic reasons and blowing out some of these suburbs that once were pretty contained, but now they're really fast growing. And it was just a question of whether that was going to be enough to help a Joe Biden candidacy. Can the suburbanization of the Sun Belt be enough, or does he also need to be able to really do not just better than Hillary Clinton, but much better than Hillary Clinton among the voters who are in those small towns and those rural areas? The Trump campaign made a bet. They made a bet very early on that the base was enough. Base was enough to get him over the top. And in this case, right now, we're looking at a very, very close contest. And we're going to have to wait and see if that gamble is paying off.
It's a question. I remember putting to Trump campaign official about an hour or so ago, and the answer is we did reach out, but I think it's fair to say when you get the Trump folks in a moment of candor, they will say, yes, this has been an appeal. This has been an appeal to the base from the very beginning. Mark Shields, I mean, you've covered other campaigns. I mean, do we remember other campaigns where appealing to the base was enough, that it was enough to bring the candidate comfortably over the line.
Well, obviously, if the base is big enough, Judy.
Thank you.
Donald Trump's, yeah, no, no, but Donald Trump's, we've seen it obviously in racial politics in America in the past, but it is openly, it's a rather daredevil political strategy. It won with 46% in 2016, and the idea that he's just going to drill down and find more people who are like the people who voted for him, rather than reach out at any point. I thought Jeff Greenfield made an excellent point. That was his moment, the COVID-19 crisis, to become the nonpartisan president, to reach across the aisle. You can see it in every governor of the country whose job rating went right through the ceiling as they took on that responsibility and that leadership in their respective states. Every single one of the 50 governors had a higher job rating on handling the corona virus crisis than did Donald Trump. And the two highest were Republicans in Democratic states, Larry Hogan in Maryland, and Charlie Baker in Massachusetts. So it's against the grain strategy. It's not reaching across the aisle. It's not an open palm. It's kind of a closed fist, and I'm just going to get more of the same. But up to now, we haven't seen a surprise. Joe Biden has won Hillary Clinton states, and Donald Trump has won Donald Trump states. The one item that kind of jumped out at me was Indiana so far, that Trump is, according to the numbers that we've seen, is at 60%. Dramatic improvement, certainly over Mitt Romney in 2012, but even an improvement over Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton in 2016. And the significance of that maybe doesn't go beyond the borders of Indiana, but it's certainly it certainly is encouraging, I would say, for Trump.
I had it down as he had won over Clinton by 19 points, but we need to look back at that in the next few minutes. But David,
56 to 37.
Okay, David, I want to come to you on the Republican Party. I mean, what Mark was saying about these Republican governors who went another way on the pandemic. I mean, there's clearly been Republicans who come out and criticize President Trump, who say they've left the party, but by and large, he seems to be holding on to the vast majority of the Republican vote.
Yeah, and I think even tonight, generalizing maybe too much from Florida, but not only from Florida, you see the hints of what a lot of people have been arguing is the future of the Republican Party, which is a working class, multiracial party. Right now, it's a white working class party, and you just can't build a party on that. So they would have to reach out to Hispanics and African Americans. And there's some signs around the country that are doing that. I mean, we look at the numbers so far in the night, and we can't draw conclusions, but you get vibes, and the vibe you get looking at a lot of the numbers is it's not going to be a Biden blowout. It's not going to be a Democratic blowout. I'm just looking at even at the North Carolina Senate race, the Cal Cunningham, Tom Tillis race. Tillis is doing pretty well there, and if Tom Tillis, the Republican, takes that, it's harder for the Democrats to control the Senate. So somehow, I don't know how it's going to turn out tonight, but it does not look like Trump has sent the Republican Party into some sort of disaster, at least so far.
And is that, I mean, David, just to follow up on that, I mean, is there a message that Joe Biden has failed to send, or is it just that the president has found a way to speak to these, whether it's Black voters, Latino voters, that other Democrats haven't? I'm sorry, that other Republicans haven't.
We on the NewsHour, we did a segment on the Latino vote within the last 2 weeks, and I was struck that every single person interviewed talked about economic opportunity. They did not talk about immigration, and Trump was probably smart to drop the immigration issue largely this year. They talked about economic opportunity and rising social mobility, and I still think some large percentage, or a significant percentage anyway, associate Donald Trump with that. And the socialism really, if your party is not going to really renounce socialism, you're not going to do well in Florida among Cuban and Venezuelan voters. And so I think that those are core issues, and we should just be careful about generalizing about how large groups, ethnic groups of people are going to vote. they don't always go by the formulas.
For sure, for sure. And we are trying not to do that tonight, but sometimes we fall into old habits, and maybe we'll learn even from this. So speaking of for myself only, David Brooks, Mark Shields, Amy Walter, coming back to all of you. We do have a race to call. I am told is that right? We're getting Senate results in from around the country. All right. Looking at the state of Nebraska, where the polls closed at 9 o'clock, Ben Sass, returning the AP saying that Ben Sass, the Republican, winning his second term. He was challenged by Democrat Chris Janasek. The Democratic candidate withdrew, had his support withdrawn by the Democratic Party. So not a surprise that this outcome. This is a state that we are still looking to see. We still have other questions about Nebraska and the electoral vote. South Dakota, we're able to declare Mike Rounds. AP is saying that Mike Rounds has won re-election in South Dakota. This is his second term, defeating Dan Allers, who's a former video store owner. But at this point, with 4% of the expected vote in, it's a pretty big margin, but still very, very early. That's South Dakota, the Mount Rushmore state. Wyoming, Cynthia Lummis. This is an open seat. Mike Enzi, the former senator, is retiring. Congresswoman Cynthia Lummis served 4 terms in the House of Representatives. She is running for the Enzi seat, was challenged by Marav Ben David, and again, not a surprise, the Republicans holding on to that seat. This is the race between Doug Burgum, who is the incumbent. He was challenged by Shelley Lenz, again, a reliably Republican state, only 12% of the expected vote in, and the AP calling Doug Burgum the winner. He will hold on to that governor's seat. That's a hold for Republicans. Now you can see across the country, this is what the map looks like at this hour in the Senate. Again, the states that are pretty dark blue are the ones that we are either holding, the senators not up, or we're not able to call them. These are the results we have tonight, and at this point, the Democrats 42 to the Republicans 38. We were looking at a Senate that today is 53 to 47. We're very much looking to see those races in the middle. We're not able to call them. They're going to determine the balance of power in the Senate, but right now, that's where we are. So to put all of this in some more context, we turn again to Amna and to Lisa and to see what you have in store for us.
Back to the presidential race. Here is a look at the states the AP has been able to call so far and where the electoral count starts. Oh, it looks like we're checking out Arizona at the moment. This is one of the places we are keeping an eye on though tonight.
We'll be watching all night.
And another key place, of course, is Texas. We do not yet have a call from AP in the state of Texas. Lisa, this is the state President Trump won by 9 points in 2016, but it was the smallest margin for a Republican in decades. What are you watching here?
Right now, 61% of the expected vote in, a very narrow lead for Joe Biden. We'll see what happens. This is where I want to talk about a couple of things. First, when we get these results, different states process the ballots before they can count them. Texas is one of them. They were able to process that huge volume of early votes they got, which meant basically stack up the absentee ballots. And then as soon as the polls closed, they could start putting those in the machine. So here's where we're getting some of the centers. Houston, that is where the Biden campaign right there needs to get big votes tonight. As we look at Texas, I want to go through some more results as we're getting them. Let's look at Pennsylvania. We've been talking about that. Here in Pennsylvania, we're starting to see a little bit more come in, not a ton, but I want to go up here, look up here at the top up here. So this is Scranton, Joe Biden's hometown. And let's focus in on these 2 counties that we want to watch for the rest of the night. Let's look at Luzerne County and Lackawanna County. Those are 2 counties up at the top. We know a few things about these ones. First, Luzerne was a big swing for Donald Trump, a huge pickup there, but its neighboring county, Lackawanna, Hillary Clinton pulled out a narrow 3-point win in 2016 from that. And we can also say about these counties that it's white working class, the group that we've heard some of the panelists, David, Amy, talk about early tonight. So this is an important place for both campaigns. And I want to say this is important as to when we get the results, because
here is a place where they were able to process the ballots starting at 7 a.m. They were not able to start counting until polls closed. And what do we have? Photos from Luzerne County. Here they are that we were able to get tonight of those workers. These are the folks doing the hard work of our democracy today, counting the ballots all day long, trying to get through tens of thousands. And by the way, Luzerne County just purchased a new envelope opening machine that they hope will help them through the night.
And we hope it will as well. Lisa, I'm glad you mentioned the process because we don't expect results from Pennsylvania for a little bit longer, particularly because of those reasons that you were mentioning. If we bring back up that state map of the counties in Pennsylvania for a second, sorry, we'll take a look at Ohio first. Lisa, why don't you walk us back through
I
this?
just want to quickly note
Yeah.
that here we have this an important state, Joe Biden up right now by 4 points with 62% in. But look, there's so many more votes yet to come in. But right now, notable, we got to watch Ohio. It is a battleground.
Battleground for sure, as well as Pennsylvania. If we just take a look at the counties here, just to hit home why we do not know some of these results just yet. Remember, every county official has announced different rules and different schedules for how they're processing some of these. All the way up here in Erie County is that they're starting with the same day results. They won't switch to the absentee ballots until 11 o'clock. They'll go until 2 a.m. and then they'll take a break and come back tomorrow morning. Down here in Cumberland County, officials have said they're not even going to begin to count the absentee ballots until tomorrow morning. That is why this process is taking a little bit longer this year.
Exactly.
Stay to watch. Judy, back to you.
Oh, it's so good to have that county by county information because that's what gives us a window into what's going on. So thank you both. We do have a call to make, and this time, I think it's the first House race we've called all night, but it's one that has certainly gotten a lot of attention this year. She is Marjorie Taylor Greene. The AP is saying that she will win her House district. It was a Republican district. She's controversial because she has been a supporter of QAnon, the conspiracy group, which has garnered enormous criticism, but she's continues to say it's something that she believes in. There are a couple of other people running for the U.S. House this year who have espoused their at least support or at least believe in some of what QAnon argues. Amy Walter, Democrats have pointed out that this is something people just need to be watching very carefully.
You know, it's really interesting, Judy, when we think about how much change has gone through our politics just in the last 10 years, especially in the House, how it's flipped Democrat to Republican, the number of seats won and lost. You have very few people in Congress now that have worked either with the other party in the White House or have been in the majority, right? And so for so many of the Republicans who will be in Congress in the next Congress, they will only have known one Republican president, and that's Donald Trump. They will not have worked with George W. Bush. Maybe they were there for Obama, but that's the entirety of their experience. And so that is going to shape, I think, a lot of the ways in which these members are going to come into a new Congress, how they expect to behave, and what they're expecting the Congress to actually look like.
And when President Trump has been asked about QAnon, he has given mixed answers. I mean, at various points, he sounded as if he was not embracing them, but at other times, he suggested there's nothing wrong with it. And it's something we'll be watching.
That's right.
As she takes this seat. So it is right now. I'm looking at the clock. It's 9:22 in the East. It's 20. Most of the states in the country, the polls have closed, but we are still waiting for a number of hotly contested presidential contests in various states around the country, Senate races, and certainly House races. We expect those to come in later tonight, but we were glad to be able to report one of them in the state of Georgia just now. So I'm looking to see, are we able to make any more calls right now okay, so we're going to move ahead with what we had planned, and that is after more than a year of this heated campaign. Tonight is an important night for both campaigns. Our next guests have been there before. Katie Walsh is a senior advisor to the Republican National Committee. She's also a former deputy chief of staff in the Trump White House. And joining her, Joel Benenson. He's a Democratic strategist. He led the polling operation for the Obama-Biden campaign in 2008 and 2012. Katie Walsh, I'm going to come to you first. We're hearing a good bit tonight about President Trump doing better than expected in South Florida. We still don't have really any definitive answers in Pennsylvania. If President Trump is able to do better than expected in these states that were thought to be on the edge. What do you think it's due to? It's certainly not for lack of trying on the part of the Biden campaign.
I think it's due to a lack of enthusiasm by the Biden campaign. I don't think the Democrat base was ever excited about Joe Biden. They never really seemed to get behind him in a real kind of groundswell way that you've seen the Republican voters get behind Donald Trump. And so at the end of the day, I've always thought you're always better when you're asking voters to go to the polls and vote for something, not against someone. And so I think what we'll see here, if the president's able to win Florida, which I think he will, and I think he'll win it by a larger margin than he did in 2016. I think one of the things that will ultimately be talked about was that we were able to mobilize voters that really felt passionate about Donald Trump. At the end of the day, Democrat voters just didn't feel as passionate about Joe Biden.
Joel Benenson, what about that? We know that the Biden campaign has been built largely around opposition to President Trump. Their argument being there's just so much to criticize there, in particular the pandemic, and as well as other factors. How do you weigh that? Could he have said more about himself to get voters more excited?
Well, look, first of all, the night's not over yet. I mean, when I look at the Electoral College numbers right now, Joe Biden's got a slight lead. And I think there are states coming that are going to be potentially very close or chances for him to win states that Democrats haven't won a lot. States like Georgia, North Carolina, I think he's going to do well in Pennsylvania. Look, Trump winning Florida is the state he needed to win. If you took that off his map, he had almost no path. But let's look at the facts here. Donald Trump has been president of the United States now, and having run a re-election campaign, helped run it for President Obama, I can tell you that when you're running for president, it's a referendum on you. You've been there for 4 years. You've been the leader of this country. And for Donald Trump, he's been presiding over it during 2 crises, and he's gotten terrible ratings on both of those. So you can talk about positive enthusiasm all you want, but when you're the incumbent, you've got to make sure that you've given voters enough confidence in you that you deserve another term. When President Obama won in his reelection in 2016, I think this is a little known fact, he's only the 7th U.S. president in history to be elected and reelected with more than 50% of the vote.
That's right.
Donald Trump obviously didn't win with 50% last time. He hasn't built the kind of coalition as a leader. And on the issues that have been most salient, particularly the coronavirus, he's been judged wanted. And I think people are enthusiastic about voting against him. And I think that's just as legitimate as ginning up your base to vote for you.
Katie Walsh, what about that? And the fact, we hear President Trump talking about what he will do to make America great again. That was his slogan in 2016. He's been in office for 4 years. Is he taking enough responsibility for what's happened on his watch?
Well, I think he's very proud of his record. I think he feels very proud of the economic record in this country. I think he feels very proud about being able to get people back to work, having a record growth of GDP in the 3rd quarter this year after what can only be called as, the greatest kind of shutdown our economy's seen since the Great Depression. And so I think he's very proud of that record. I will say, to Joel's point about not putting a big enough coalition together, one of the things that I think constantly goes unreported is the amount of voters that the president engages that weren't engaged in 16 or in 20. And so when you look at these rallies, one of the things the RNC tracks is if they're coming to the rally, we're able to get their name, their phone number, their email address, and track what their voting record is. And in a lot of these instances, almost a third of these rally attendees will tell you, I did not participate in 2016, but I am going to vote in 2020. Or a third of them are also saying, I'm a Democrat, I voted for Hillary in 2016, but I'm just not there on Joe Biden. And I think the president's done helpful things for my pocketbook, which is ultimately what a lot of voters end up voting on. And so when Joel says he has put a coalition together, there's some new voters that the president brings in that I don't think are on the Democrats' watch list.
Joel, you want to respond?
Well, look, I think if you want to look at Donald Trump's base, he won suburban voters by 4 points last time against Hillary Clinton. They make up half the electorate. He's got a double-digit deficit in most of the polling going into tonight. Those are the numbers I'm going to be watching as we look at states like Ohio, Georgia, North Carolina and Pennsylvania, where I think those suburban voters are going to determine the outcome. And when you've got half the electorate made up by one block of voters, and you barely carried them last time, and you had a big deficit going in, he may be bringing some new people to the polls, but he sure turned off a whole lot of people who voted for him last time.
Well, certainly a deeply divided electorate, at least based on what people were saying going to the polls. All right, thank you both. We are going to come back to you as the night wears on. Joel Bennons and Katie Walsh, we thank you so much. We do have a race to call. The District of Columbia, the federal district. This is a place, no surprise, a place that is full of Democrats. Joe Biden has been declared the winner by the Associated Press. This is with 41% of the expected vote in Joe Biden winning it overwhelmingly. No electoral votes because I'm sorry, 3 electoral votes, but the District of Columbia doesn't have a vote in Congress, which stings a number of people who live in the district, and they keep bringing it up and keep talking about whether the district should become a state. Tonight, we are continuing to put a lot of focus on the Keystone State, Pennsylvania. It remains critical on the road to the White House. Our man, Dan Bush, is there right now in Philadelphia. Dan, what are you hearing? Tell us.
Well, Judy, results are just beginning to come in here in Pennsylvania, in the city of Philadelphia. This is a closely watched area because about a third of the vote is expected in the entire state to come from Philadelphia and the suburban counties around there. Still very few votes coming in. They're all mail-in and absentee ballots, Judy. I'm being told by officials the next big wave of results that they are going to post here in Philadelphia will not come until midnight. After that, the next wave won't come until tomorrow morning. And that's because, as Lisa said just a little while ago, under law, the state was not allowed to begin counting these votes until 7 a.m. this morning. Here in Philadelphia, they can do about 30,000. They can scan and count about 30,000 ballots an hour. In smaller counties I've been to in the last couple of days, that number is even smaller. So it takes a long time, Judy, to process these votes. But as we're waiting for that to happen, there are already some signs of turnout that both sides are watching. Here in Philadelphia, I was just told by a senior Democratic official that turnout is definitely better for Joe Biden than it was for Hillary Clinton last time around. They're even looking at potentially turnout among Black voters, rivaling 2012, President Obama's re-election campaign. They see that as a very good sign for Joe Biden. On the President Trump's side, I've been talking to campaign officials. They were cautiously optimistic earlier in the day, Judy, about their internal numbers here in Pennsylvania, that the president could do better than he was polling coming into today. But we're going to have to wait to see where those results end up in the strongholds for President Trump, that is in rural communities, in the western part of the state, and in suburban areas. And finally, Judy, I did speak with some suburban voters earlier in the day who voted for President Trump. They said they liked the direction of the economy under President Trump. They liked his handling of the pandemic, these voters said, and they had no equivocations about voting for President Trump a second time.
These are the Philadelphia suburbs, you're saying?
That's right, Judy. Areas that Joe Biden needs to sort of eat away at the margins if he is to try and win Pennsylvania, and where President Trump needs a big turnout once again.
And just quickly, Dan, to clarify, you were saying earlier in the day the Trump folks were telling you that they were cautiously optimistic. Are they saying the same thing now, or what?
Well, they're waiting to see, Judy, because they know that if this turnout in Philadelphia is big, especially among Black voters, that spells trouble for them. So they're waiting to see these numbers a little later tonight and exactly what they look like here in Philadelphia. But they were optimistic earlier in the day. They did think that President Trump could do a little better in the polls. He came in today about 2 or 3 points behind Biden.
Well, we know that former Vice President Biden was there in Philadelphia today. We also know former President Barack Obama has been campaigning for him there. They've been doing everything. They've been doing a lot, let's put it that way, in order to turn out the vote in the city of Philadelphia. So our Yamiche, Dan, thank you very much, and we will come back to you. Meantime, Yamiche Alcindor outside the White House where the president and his team are watching what's going on. Yamiche, are you picking up any new sense of how they're feeling, what they're thinking?
I am, Judy. The president feels like he really left everything on the field. He is
sitting, watching these results come in with a raspy voice. In 4 days, the president held some 17 rallies in 8 different states. He really feels like those rallies were not just big gatherings of people, but that he was collecting all of those people's data to ensure that they all voted for him. So that was really about turnout. The president is still very good. It is true that in Pennsylvania they were cautiously optimistic, as Dan was saying. Now I'm hearing from folks just in the last 30 minutes that they think Pennsylvania is still looking like a tie. They cannot say whether or not it's going one way or the other. That is different though when it comes to states like Florida and Texas. They say they still feel very, very confident that they will win those states. But surprisingly, I'm hearing that they are really worried right now about Michigan. Even though they said that they were doing very well in Upper West Michigan, Upper Northwest, they are now very worried about that state. So the Trump campaign and people around the president say that while the president is still optimistic, he understands that it's anyone's race at this point in the night. Another thing to note, as we're waiting at the White House for this big election party that some say is dangerous, outside the White House, the protests, the Black Lives Matter protests, the protests for racial justice are growing. I'm told that we have some images of that. What we're seeing from those people, and I've been talking to some protesters tonight, they say that they are there to tell President Trump that the way that he, especially as it disproportionately impacts Black people and people of color, that it is wrong. They also think the president is wrong with this tone on law and order. They say they want to see African Americans be treated fairly. As you know, African Americans are some 2.5 times, 3 times more likely to be killed by the police. So those protesters are saying they were happy that President Trump is now up for re-election. They're hoping that he is ousted. But of course, while you see a number of people outside the White House rallying against the president, inside the White House, there are people that are hoping for just the opposite.
Yamiche Alcindor doing double duty tonight. She's not only covering the Trump campaign at the White House, she's also in touch with some of the organizers of the Black Lives Matter movement. And we were just showing you showing video, Yamiche, as you were talking of looked like several hundred protesters gathered there in downtown Washington. All right, Yamiche, we're going to let you go right now, but come back to you, of course, shortly. But our John Yang is in Wilmington, Delaware, where the Biden campaign is gathering and watching results. So, John, tell us what intelligence you're picking up.
Well, the president's concerns about Michigan are Biden's hopes. The poll closings at this hour, we're getting into states where the Biden campaign thinks there are states that they can turn from Trump in 2016 to the Democratic side this year, particularly Wisconsin and Michigan, as Yamiche mentioned. They're also watching the vote counting in North Carolina. North Carolina says that they have now reported all the early votes and mail-in ballots, which they were able to process before today. And Biden has a lead. So now the Biden campaign is watching to see today votes be counted to see if the president is able to make up the difference and to pull closer in that state. But they have high hopes for North Carolina. They're also watching Arizona, where some of the state is closed, but other parts of the state won't close until 10 o'clock Eastern time. So these are all states that they think they have a good shot at. They are very optimistic. They say that they're where they want to be in the counting as it goes on, and that they are hopeful that things are going to go their way tonight.
I'm hoping we can show our audience what the count is at this point in North Carolina, as you say, if they are finished with the early vote count. John, just quickly, what about Wisconsin? Did you mention that? We heard Yamiche say the Trump folks worried about Michigan, one of the states the president won, along with Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, took away from Hillary Clinton in 2016. Anything about Wisconsin from the Biden people?
They're hopeful. They think that the Biden people think they have a strong ground game in getting early votes, getting mail-in ballots collected and returned. They think that they went into today with a substantial lead, and that the president would have had to really outperform with in-person balloting, in-person people who went to the polls today to vote. I just saw on the wires that Governor Evers in Wisconsin said that he's hopeful that the state can report nearly complete or as complete as possible returns by tomorrow. Milwaukee is still counting. Will be accelerating or starting their counting, and they're hopeful that they'll have some numbers tonight and tomorrow.
All right, John Yang, really helpful to have that information, as well as what Yamiche was able to share with us, and Dan Bush putting it all together. gives us some sense of where these campaigns are. I'm told that we can make a call now in the state of Colorado, where the polls closed about 38 minutes ago, to be exact. Colorado, a state that Hillary Clinton won in 2016, AP says that is going to Joe Biden. This is a state that the two parties have fought over, but in the last couple of elections, Amy Walter, Colorado is looking blue.
Yeah, it's become much more of a blue, stalwart than it used to be. Was much more purple back in the earlier part of the 2000s. Certainly, it was the Obama campaign that really put that state in play, and Democrats have been able to build on his margins ever since.
And we are looking at the Senate race in the state of Colorado
That's right.
as well. No numbers there. That is the first-term incumbent, Cory Gardner, who's being challenged by popular former governor John Hickenlooper, who also was the mayor of Denver, now running for the Senate. All right, I'm going to keep Amy at the table, but also turn to Washington Post columnist Jonathan Capehart, and also the editor of the Washington Free Beacon, Eliana Johnson. So I think the two of you have been able to hear what our reporters are saying about these early threads of information, bits and pieces of information that are coming in from these states that we're watching so closely tonight: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, North Carolina, and so on. Jonathan, what are you taking away at this point from these early numbers, and frankly the fact that it looks like whatever the Biden campaign may have wanted in their wildest dreams, it looks like it's going to take a long time.
Well, and that's why they're wildest dreams. You hope they come true, but you won't be so surprised if they don't. But from the information that we heard from Yamiche and from John, it just only goes to confirm what we knew going into this, that all attention will be focused on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Because those are the three states, those were the blue wall. President Trump was able to crash through those three states. If Vice President Biden can build that wall back and take those states back, then he's on his way to the White House. But the fact that we are sitting here talking at 9:40 p.m. and both the White House and the Biden campaign sees silver linings in the numbers just tells you and reminds us just how close this election is going to be.
I'm squaring what Jonathan is saying, Eliana Johnson, with what our reporters are saying about these states, and also thinking back earlier in the evening as we've been hearing the president doing better, at least according to these voter surveys, with voters who are white, don't have a college education. I'm sort of reluctant to divide people up by education or not, but we do that in covering politics. We try to understand what motivates people. But what does it tell you, perhaps, about the president's message that appeals to these voters who could make the difference in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin?
Well, I think 2016 saw the beginning of the transformation of the Republican Party from a party of the wealthy elite personified by Mitt Romney, the 2008 nominee, into a more working class and largely white party. I think the effort among Republicans is to make it, and I think somebody said this earlier, is a multi-ethnic working class party, because relying simply on white votes is not enough to carry a candidate over the finish line. And by contrast, Democrats who, going back to FDR, were once the party of the working class, I think are becoming more a party of the elites and the coast. So we're in the midst of this transformation. I think most surprising tonight is we're seeing surprising Latino support for Trump, which suggests, I think, that the president has harped on the issue of immigration, particularly illegal immigration, that issue may not be as much importance to the Hispanic population as many had anticipated.
And Amy Walter, that's something we're trying to understand here, because as we've said several times tonight and throughout this campaign, it was assumed that immigration would work against the president's favor in the Latino community, but it may turn out that's not the case. Again, we don't have all the numbers in. We're looking at Miami, one particular place, but there are other the Latino community is spread throughout the United States.
And it is notable that the president has not spent a whole lot of time, especially in these closing weeks of the campaign, talking about immigration, talking about the wall. Remember, he closed the 2018 campaign talking about the caravan that was coming up from Central America. That was his focus back in that campaign. This year, he's closing out on Joe Biden, on socialism, on liberal Democrats getting into power, and in some ways, it's something of a traditional Republican message, right? They're going to come in, they're going to raise your taxes, they're going to regulate things, they're going to take away private health care. That's the message that he, closed on. That looks different from the message he closed on in 2016.
And Jonathan Capehart, while I've got you in it, oh, I'm sorry, they are not here anymore because I was going to thank them and I didn't thank them, but they know they are thanked.
I mean, one thing I think is also quite notable is that it's 9:45. We still don't have calls in Texas,
right?
In Georgia, in North Carolina. These are states, obviously, that we know they're still counting the votes and had a huge turnout and huge early vote. But I think that's also quite notable on just how long of a night this could be, and how now those states, even the fact that they're in play, is quite something.
Right. And we were told I know Texas had a huge early vote. It was what, 9 point something.
Well, they had
turned out before election day.
Right.
Way had more turning out before election day than
that voted in the total of 2016.
In 2016, yeah. And we assumed we were going to see some of those numbers early. Again, the polls just closed in Texas 45 minutes ago.
Right. But that used to be a state that was really quick to be called for Republicans, for the Republican presidential candidate.
And I did hear a Texas election official being interviewed in the last day or so saying we expect to get it early, but for whatever reason, early. We don't want to rush them.
No, because we know it just, what it goes to show is how close the margins are. These are very, very, very close right now.
All right, we have some more House races to call in the House of Representatives. Oh, I'm sorry. This one is actually a Senate call in the state of Colorado. It's for John Hickenlooper. That is a loss for the Republicans. Cory Gardner, Amy and I were just discussing that. Cory Gardner, first-term senator there, challenged by, as we said, very popular former governor, former mayor of Denver. Now will be going to the United States Senate. The AP looking at that result, they have 68 or 88. Somebody has to tell me. I can't tell the difference of the expected vote in 68%. And with that, they feel comfortable calling that is a pickup for the Democrats. Now we have two House races we want to call. This is the president's former doctor, Ronnie Jackson. He's running for the House in the state of Texas, and the AP is projecting that he will defeat Gus Trujillo, the Democrat, Republican. And one other House race, Madison Cawthorn. This is a young man. I believe he's in his early 30s. He was injured. We saw him during the 29 years old. I'm corrected. 25 years old. All right, I'm corrected again. 25-year-old Republican running in that open seat. I think this is Mark Meadows' seat. Amy's telling me. Madison Cawthorn, we saw him at the Republican convention. He does use a wheelchair. Big supporter of President Trump, and very enthusiastic in his support for the president. A lot of the vote is in here, 97%, and you can see a convincing win, 54-42 over Mo Davis, the Democrat. So also following the results with us tonight, national political reporters Aaron Haynes, editor-in-chief of the 19th, a new nonprofit digital outlet focused on women and politics. Okay, I'm looking at you straight ahead. I'm going back and forth and where I'm talking to people. What are you seeing at this hour that is remarkable in terms of either the women's vote or women being elected to Congress or to whatever seats they were running for?
Well, you are seeing women be elected. Sarah McBride, the first transgender person that's going to Congress. I mean, that is something that is really remarkable, a story that we were certainly following at 19th News, and that I encourage everybody to go and check out our coverage of that victory. But we are seeing women begin to start to post wins in Congress tonight. You had out of Georgia, you have the non-incumbent GOP candidate who was the had gotten some attention because of her subscription to QAnon theories, but now had disavowed her interest in QAnon kind of towards the home stretch of her race, having been elected tonight. Listen, I just heard out of Georgia, of course, the votes are still being counted there. That's my home state. I know places like Fulton County are still counting the votes there. You have voting rights advocates like Stacey Abrams saying, let's be patient and wait until all the votes are counted down there. So it probably is going to be a long night in places like Georgia, where typically, you are not going to have results coming in at this hour. It would be kind of later on in the evening, but certainly turnout pretty impressive in Georgia, including with early voting, but also on election day, and a lot of that driven by women, particularly women of color, and also an expansion of that electorate led largely by Stacey Abrams, who, as we know, narrowly came within becoming the first Black woman to be governor of that state.
She lost that race. Lost that race narrowly. So important to be reminded of Stacey Abrams' efforts to get out the Black vote, to boost the Democratic vote in the state of Georgia, which is what has given the Biden campaign hopes that they might have had a chance in the
it's interesting that you say that, because the losses in 2015, Beto O'Rourke, Andrew Gillum, and Stacey Abrams in particular, all three of them went on to lead massive GOTV efforts in the 2 years since those narrow losses. Stacey Abrams, certainly a lot of attention on that race related to allegations of voter suppression in Georgia by her opponent, now Governor Brian Kemp, who was the Secretary of State when he was running against her. And so really trying to expand the electorate while also pushing back against voter suppression is something that you saw Stacey Abrams, Beto O'Rourke, and Andrew Gillum doing in Georgia, Texas, and Florida. And I may see some of the gains of that this cycle.
Aaron Haynes, thank you very much. And we continue to check in with public media reporters in some important states across the country. Amna is again talking with them. Amna.
Thank you, Judy. We turn now to Mary Lahammer, an anchor, reporter, and producer at Twin Cities PBS in Minnesota. Very good to see you. Let's talk about turnout. Early voting, the huge surges in turnout we've seen has been the story in so many states. What's been the landscape in terms of the turnout in Minnesota, and what does it mean?
Well, in Minnesota, we lead the nation in voter turnout. We have the last two election cycles, and we also hold the all-time national record for turnout. We hit 83% back in 1956. That was a very popular President, General Eisenhower here. And we've had a lot of presidential visits this time around. We have typically been a blue state for generation upon generation, but President Trump kind of surprised himself by coming within a percentage point and a half last time around. And he's almost had a personal vendetta to come back to Minnesota. He's made more than a half a dozen visits here. He wants to win this state. Biden's been here a couple of times. We do know we're going to have record early turnout. The question is whether our overall record will surpass 80% or even break that all-time record of 83%.
Turnout could help determine 30% of the expected vote in so far in Minnesota. We'll be tracking it to see which way it goes. Mary Lahammer, thanks so much to you for joining us. We want to turn now to the Lone Star State. Andrew Schneider is with Houston Public Media in Texas, and he joins us now. Andrew, I feel like the conversations about Texas going blue have been ringing around the atmosphere for years now. It is a toss-up. What's the landscape and the latest on the race right now?
The latest on the race right now is that the situation in Texas is very, very close. Donald Trump recently just took the lead by something in the neighborhood of 250,000 votes, but it's been going back and forth all night, and it's likely to continue to be very close for several hours yet.
And there's a key Senate race we're keeping an eye on in Texas as well. Andrew, tell us about that. Senator Cornyn, of course, is trying to hold on to his seat. What's the latest?
Right. Well, the latest is that Senator Cornyn looks like he is going to be getting a fourth term. This was, again, this is a race that people have been watching very closely as a result of the race 2 years ago between Senator Ted Cruz and Beto O'Rourke. But most people seem to think that that Senator Cornyn has just generally done a better job than Senator Cruz did, and he's seems to be, if not coasting to another term, seems to have a healthy lead.
38 electrical votes at stake there in Texas. Andrew Schneider from Houston Public Media joining us tonight. Thank you to you. Let's turn now to Wisconsin. It was key to President Trump's win back in 2016. It's now one of the many states seeing a surge in COVID cases. Zach Schultz is with Wisconsin PBS, and he joins us now. Zach, good to see you. This is one of the states we should mention where they didn't begin processing any of the ballots until Election Day. What does that mean? Is it going to be a long night for you?
It's definitely going to be a long night here in Wisconsin. The reason is the city of Milwaukee has 169,000 absentee ballots to process, and they've already announced they shouldn't expect results until 5 a.m. tomorrow. They weren't able to start until 7 a.m. All of the ballots are being processed at one large central facility, and they've got more than 400 workers. They've been working in shifts all day long, but that's just a lot of ballots. That's nearly 5% of the vote in Wisconsin to get through.
Going to have to keep an eye on those counts coming in and check back in with you, Zach. But we mentioned the COVID surge that's been happening there in Wisconsin. Like much of the Midwest, it's now third in the nation when it comes to per capita COVID cases. How is that impacting the election, if at all?
Well, surprisingly, today, it was a completely different scene from what we saw in April. In April, in the middle of the initial surge, people were scared to go out. There were fewer polls open. Today, more polls were open, but because of the large number of absentee voters, there weren't as many people there. But all the voters I saw today were wearing masks, and people didn't seem to be as worried. And I think preparation for how to handle this election meant that the COVID impact on Election Day wasn't there, but it was certainly an impact on the voters and how they're going to choose their vote.
Zach, very briefly, in less than a minute now, one of those key groups we watched in Wisconsin was white voters without a college degree. They helped to give that win to President Trump back in 2016. Is that still the core group to watch tonight?
Well, that's definitely where Republicans are hoping to see a boost in turnout. They still think there were more of those voters in Wisconsin that had not voted at all or hadn't voted since maybe the Bush era. And then the other core group is southeastern Wisconsin, those never-Trumper Republicans that weren't quite sure if they were sold on Trump and whether they were going to turn out for him or not.
That is Zach Schultz in the key state of Wisconsin from Wisconsin PBS joining us tonight. Zach, thank you to you. And Judy, back to you.
Thank you, Amna. And we are hearing, I think I can say this on the air, is that right? That MJ Hager, the challenger in Texas, picking up on Amna's interview just now, it is reported that she is going to concede to John Cornyn. That race has not been called by the AP. Please stay with us. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with special coverage.
I'm joined again by journalist Jeff Greenfield. We're examining seminal moments in the presidential campaign. And Jeff, a major story in the weeks leading up to this day was, of course, Trump's nomination of Amy Coney Barrett to fill the Supreme Court vacancy left by the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg in September. Here's that announcement.
Today, it is my honor to nominate one of our nation's most brilliant and gifted legal minds to the Supreme Court. She is a woman of unparalleled achievement, towering intellect, sterling credentials, and unyielding loyalty to the Constitution, Judge Amy Coney Barrett.
The president, Jeff, ended up appointing 3 justices to the Supreme Court and more than 200 judges to the federal bench during his first term. How many conservatives are focusing on that today and saying, that's our guy, give him 4 more years?
I think for many conservatives, this is the singular achievement of the Trump administration. It was his promise to appoint conservative judges that got, for instance, the evangelical community solidly behind him after the Access Hollywood tape in 2016. Mitch McConnell's obsession, driving force in the Senate has been to put as many conservative judges on the federal bench as possible, and he has succeeded. And I think for a lot of people, when they're saying, well, should I vote a second term for Trump? This is the conservative promise that he has fulfilled.
How has Vice President Biden handled the question about the ideological balance on the court? And here I'm talking about questions about court packing.
Well, the fact that this process happened so close to the election, after 4 years ago, the Republicans refused to even hold hearings for Merrick Garland a year before Obama's term was up, has really galvanized particularly the progressive side of the Democratic Party. They want payback. And if that includes expanding the size of the Supreme Court, I think that's something they're going to call for. The problem is, first of all, Biden in the past has said he's against court packing, and he's going to need a Democratic Senate to do it. And he's going to need a Democratic Senate with enough of a majority to make up for the fact that there are some Democrats who are opposed to court packing. So it has been an issue that Biden has essentially deflected during the campaign because, frankly, he doesn't want to commit himself one way or the other, Steph.
Yep, and watching those close Senate races tonight as well. Jeff Greenfield, thank you.
Hello, I'm Judy Woodruff. We are back with our special coverage of the 2020 election. It is now 10 p.m. in the East. Polls are closing in 4 more states. Let's look at them right now. They are Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. At this point, we don't have results to show you, but we do have a call to make in the Senate race in the Palmetto State, the state of South Carolina. Lindsey Graham will return to the United States Senate. He was running for his 4th term, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, outspoken supporter of President Trump. After many years of being close to John McCain and being seen as a somewhat more moderate, he has fully embraced President Trump. He was challenged by Jamie Harrison, African-American, formerly active or currently active in the Democratic Party in South Carolina, who had more money spent for his campaign. Jamie Harrison, I think over $50 million, Amy Walter, is that right? But not enough. I mean, I don't know how you spend $50 million
right.
in South Carolina television and so forth. But it was not enough to overcome.
That's right.
Now, we should say, Amy, that the polls closed at 7 o'clock. We're now 3 hours later, so clearly
it's good. Right. Clearly, it's a much closer race than Lindsey Graham has ever had in a general election. And you know, this was one that when the Supreme Court opening happened, I think there were a lot of Republicans that thought, you know, this may give Lindsey Graham the boost that he needs, especially with some of those wavering Republicans. You know, a lot of Republicans in that state, not big fans of Lindsey Graham for his past work on immigration reform. So they never had sort of forgotten about that. But his relationship with President Trump, and then, of course, shepherding through another Supreme Court justice may have been the difference there.
He got a great deal of attention. I want to show everybody what numbers we have coming in from that Senate race. As I turn to Lisa Desjardins, who covers Capitol Hill for us, knows Senator Graham, has covered him.
Is South Carolina reporter. That's right.
And that's right. It's from South Carolina. So, Lisa, a lot of people are speculating that to the extent Lindsey Graham was in a close race, chairing that Judiciary Committee during the Amy Coney Barrett hearings may have been a help to him.
It may have been, especially in that state. And I think it's not for the most obvious reasons where you think he got a lot of publicity, that kind of thing. Speaking to Republicans who are involved in the Senate battle, they think what helped is he aligned himself more closely with President Trump. And he was someone who is seen as saving a major Trump goal, a major Trump appointee, getting that through. Because what we've seen in the last couple of weeks, at least in polling, both public and not public, when you talk to sources in the Graham race, is
Senator Graham lagged behind President Trump for a few weeks there in South Carolina. That's when Democrats were getting very hopeful, but he seemed to catch up, and he seemed to be sort of on the same wavelength with President Trump as far as his numbers went in South Carolina. Those Republicans going for Trump got all the way on board with Lindsey Graham. That seemed to be happening, and that looks like why the AP has called this race right now.
That's right. And again, it's 3 hours after the polls closed in South Carolina, so it wasn't a slam dunk. Could we show those numbers again on the South Carolina Senate race? There we go. This is with 37% of the expected vote in. Lindsey Graham with 55% of the vote, but the AP saying, Amna, I'm coming to you on this because you're the one who's been looking at how the AP makes these calls. They felt comfortable enough, but they didn't call it right away.
They did not. That's right. We have seen that number be zero in some previous races too.
For
And here's
sure.
what people need to understand about that is they are not just, in some cases you may wonder how they can call a race before the election officials have even released results. It's because they are looking at a very broad data set. So they have, as we mentioned, those designated state race callers, people who know the state inside and out. So AP is putting out explainers with each race to say, this is why we feel confident about this call that we're making. They're looking at information across the board. So it's analysis of voting statistics, it's historical political trends, and then it's also information from VoteCast, which, as we mentioned earlier, is that voter surveys, 140,000 people, they're capturing the in-person, early, and mail-in votes in that. That's why they feel confident making those calls.
And we should say that is much larger than the typical poll size, which may be 1,000, maybe 1,500. So 140,000 is a much, much bigger sample. Lisa?
The South Carolina Senate race wasn't the only one we're watching there, of course. South Carolina's first congressional district, that's Charleston, the Low Country. I want to see if we can pick up what is going on there right now. That's Joe Cunningham, the Democrat. He was a surprise win last time, and that is a neck-and-neck race right now with Nancy Mace. We've talked about the idea Republicans want more women they're hoping to get in the House, and that race will determine if Democrats can hold in that district that basically is a Republican district that they've won on environmental issues, or if House Republicans can gain in their gender problem and gender gap in the Capitol. So it's a close race right now there.
Really, really interesting. Obviously, Democrats would love to make some inroads in the South, even if they're not able to win the big races, the Senate races, if they can make some, at least have some presence in
That's right.
We're still watching Doug Jones in Alabama. We have not made a call in that Senate race.
He does lag behind right now, though, by a substantial amount. But the AP obviously is waiting for more results,
for more information. I wanted to look at with all of you, and Amy, have you looked especially at some of these states we've been trying to? We're waiting. The polls are closed. There are states that are absolutely essential to the outcome tonight. But before we do that, I'm told that we do have a winner in the state of Kansas, and that is President Trump. This is a red state, not a surprise, but the AP is saying with 59% of the vote. Put my glasses on. Donald Trump is holding 69% of the vote, more than 2/3. Donald Trump carrying Kansas again. I'm looking to see what he won. He won it by 20 points in 2016, and he has carried it again. The polls closed there a little over an hour ago, but that is a win for the president. So now I would like to look at some of the states that we are not able to call yet, states we are watching very closely because they will help determine who goes to the White House, whether President Trump is reelected or not. In the state of Florida, with 91, that's a lot of the vote in, 91% of the expected vote in, President Trump has 51% at this hour, Amy, to 48% for Joe Biden. Close.
Very close with still, 9%. The real question is going to be is whether the Miami-Dade showing for Donald Trump overperforming there with voters, we think specifically with Cuban voters, is going to be enough to make up for the gains that Biden has been able to make in some of these other swing areas in the state.
Yeah, and what I don't see from looking at this is what areas are still, that looks like a $380,000 person gap there if I'm looking at it. Right, a little under 400,000 votes separated, but we will see. Let's look at some of the other states where we are not able to, there is no call yet. In the state of Georgia, with 53% of the expected vote, President Trump holding his own. This is Peach State, it's a state he won, but narrowly in 2016 by just 5 points. Joe Biden has made an effort there. It's not a state that he has to win in order to win the White House, but it looks like with 53% of the vote, AP not prepared to call it.
Yeah, and as we heard, the Fulton County issue is going to be significant. Fulton County, of course, Atlanta, that's where Joe Biden would be expected to do particularly well. So if they are delayed in reporting those results or they don't report them until tomorrow, it's hard to see how you'll be able to call Georgia
At any time.
Yeah.
So, all right, I think we have numbers from North race watching. Wow. Look at that. With 88% of the expected vote in, President Trump, Joe Biden, each with 49%. We knew this was going down to the wire. It looks like the president is ahead by a little less than 3,000 votes out of more than 5 million cast. That's a small margin. So we'll watch, and I don't have information. Amy, maybe you do on where the votes are coming.
Still out now.
But that's with most of the vote in, but still a critical percent, 12% still out. Lone Star State, Texas. This is a state that's gone Republican for a long time, with 69% of the expected vote in. The president's leading, but by 3%. In 51% to 48%. I'm looking at the margin in 2016. The president picked it up then by 9 percentage points. So this is tighter. This is closer. Democrats have worked really hard, Amy, to get out their vote.
Well, what's interesting, what's driving it too, is not so much the presidential campaigns. Both of those candidates not spending much money there, but it's the down ballot candidates. Congressional races, there's a big race on for control for the state house. That is also driving a lot of the spending. And so it's that unique situation where, most down ballot candidates are desperate for the presidential candidate to come in and spend money. Instead, it's kind of coming from the ground up.
That may be a state where one of the houses may flip to the Democrats. Right. Let's look at Michigan. This is a state that President Trump won over Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. Big disappointment for Democrats. Right now, with about a third of the expected vote in, the president is ahead in Michigan, 56%. You can see 995,000 votes to 743,000 for Joe Biden. Democrats had been feeling very good about Michigan, so we will see. I don't know what areas of the state are still out. Please speak up, Amy.
Right.
Lisa, if you've got information on what's yet to come in Michigan, but it's still early.
It's important to point out in Michigan, it's one of those places they did not start processing the ballots until today. Right. So we will see shifts over the course of the evening. You could see some of those in-person ballots counted first. We know those tend to lean Republican. Right. As the absentee and mail-in ballots are added, those are likely to shift back to Democratic gain. So it's going to be a kind of back and forth in some of these states.
Back and forth. And then there are other states where the early vote is counted first, and that's early vote has tended to favor Joe Biden. I think there's one other state we want to look at, and that's Wisconsin, the Badger State. Here, another state Democrats really want to win back. In fact, Joe Biden needs to win back, at least in one scenario, if he's going to take the White House. 38% of the expected vote. President Trump is ahead with 622,000 votes to 570,000. I think we are still waiting for ballots in Wisconsin as well. All right, we've got a call to make in the Senate. This is one we mentioned a few moments ago, that Mary Hager was ready to concede to John Cornyn, the Democratic challenger. John Cornyn, who is running for his fourth term in the Senate. He's had a leadership role for a number of years in the Senate. So he will return to Washington. MJ Hager, Air Force veteran. She won a Purple Heart for her service in Afghanistan, combat veteran, but it was not to be. John Cornyn will return to Washington, and that is a hold for the Republicans in the United States Senate. And we are now able to call Alabama. Tommy Tuberville, a pickup for the Republicans, taking that seat away from Democrats. It was a shock. The Democrats won a seat in Alabama, but he did 2 years ago in a special election after Jeff Sessions was chosen by President Trump to be his attorney general, at least for a time. But he did give up his Senate seat, and Doug Jones won in that special election, but now he's gone down to defeat. The state is reverting to its red roots with 41% of the vote. AP is calling. Tommy Tuberville, popular football coach. You coached for Auburn, coached it for Ole Miss, and he's going to Washington. And here is a look at where we stand right now in the overall Senate map. This is a map of the country. The dark blue states are the states either where we don't have results or where there's no Senate race this year. But you can see at this point, Democrats, they have 47 seats right now. They're at 43. Republicans have 50. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. They have 53. Republicans do, but right now they're at 41. They certainly do expect to pick up a number of other seats. It's going to be close. We're continuing.
Yeah, they basically just zeroed each other out. So Republicans lost, Republicans lost Colorado, Democrats lost Alabama. So now we're at no net gain.
We're no net gain. We're still at 53-47, right? In effect, right? And we'll see.
So we're really waiting.
Let's say Colorado. There was one other. That's right.
We're really waiting on for the ones that could be determinative.
Collins
in Maine, North Carolina, and of course the Georgia seats.
Joni Ernst.
And Joni Ernst in Iowa and Arizona, but those states are polls just closed not that long ago. So
right, Iowa polls just closed, and we don't see any numbers yet on the Senate race right now. So let's go to, we've been looking at the state of Georgia, both for the presidential numbers and for the two Senate races, but the vote count, all important in the state of Georgia. And for that, we go back to our Miles O'Brien. He is at the place where they're counting votes in Fulton County in Atlanta. Miles.
Judy, I'm at the warehouse in Fulton. Things are a little bit behind tonight, although much better than things were going 5 months ago during the June primary here in Fulton County, where there was quite a significant meltdown with very long lines. Going into this election, there was quite a bit of concern about whether the new election system here, highly computerized, several systems linked together, was going to perform and was up to the task. There were a lot of indications going in that things were not going to go well. They reassigned a series of these electronic poll pads over the weekend, causing significant delays getting equipment to people. A moving company that was supposed to transport the equipment to the precincts decided not to do it, pulled out of the whole situation. The whole system was kind of on the edge, and then this morning, very early, when we had some inside access to the Emergency Operations Center, something that the elections director here, Rick Barron, could not have predicted, a pipe burst in the room where they were scanning absentee ballots. This set back the scanning process by some 4 hours. They were able to dry out the room. No ballots were spoiled. The machines were okay, and they got back to work. But they had a stack of more than 80,000 ballots to go through, and so they're going through that right now. It's not a one-for-one delay, meaning there's going to be a 4-hour delay on this end, but we're still waiting for results here in Fulton County, as well as neighboring DeKalb County. So the urban centers around Atlanta have not come in yet, and we're still trying to get a full assessment as to how well this whole system performed. There were some counties where they had a complete outage because of these electronic poll pads not performing, software updates not doing their job. So in many cases, it's not on the ballot, but the system itself is being put to the test here. It appears that things have gone much more smoothly than they did 5 months ago, but we're still waiting for some final results here, too.
I'm tempted, there's the old expression, snake bit. And some of what you're describing just sounds like sheer bad luck. That's what it was. And you add to that the high turnout, vote turnout in Georgia, Miles. And you can see, as you just said, what a test it is for those election officials in Fulton County. All right,
And, interestingly, Judy, one quick point I'd like to add is that the turnout today was much less than they expected. And that has helped them as this technologically fragile system was not put to quite the same test. The election director here, his supposition is that people who were fired up came out and voted early, and that left fewer people for the actual day of voting, the more traditional voting, than he anticipated.
Very interesting. Fulton County, I think of it as a Democratic area. It certainly has its more conservative precincts, but really, really interesting to hear that. All right, Miles O'Brien, thank you, and we'll come back to you as the night wears on. Here to help again keep this night in context, we're going to go back to Amna and Lisa at the big map.
We're still here. Hi, Judy. Coming up on 10:20 now here on the East Coast. Polls have closed in most of the country. It's a good chance to check in and see what possible paths forward for each candidate might be. Now that we look at the board, see 131 for Biden and 98 for Trump. At least has some key states for not have yet to be called.
I know my husband, my family, all my friends have been playing the guess your electoral map game, right?
Dangerous thing online.
And if you're in the Biden campaign, there are 3 states that are really the most important, your easiest path. We're going to run through them all. I'm going to say them out loud. It's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. And we're going to check in on all 3 of those right now. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. These are the only counties that we really have results for. These were red counties in 2016. This is not anything new. But you see, with 31%, thank you, Vanna.
31%
Up with
down of the expected vote insofar. So still a very long way to go in Pennsylvania, in other words.
Exactly. And then we'll move on to Wisconsin. Here we have 10 electoral votes. There we go up there. We've just got the top corner. It's interesting to me that that's red. That top corner of Wisconsin actually was blue in 2016, but we only have 39% of expected votes in there. And then the last one I want to look at and keep people updated with is Michigan, which Judy was talking about so much. There we've got just that county right there next to Lansing. I think that might be where we've got a university there. Anyway, one thing, the question is, what kind of votes are we waiting for from these 3 counties that are really critical? In some cases, we're not waiting for county as much as we're just waiting for this different stacks of votes. One thing that these states have in common is that if there is an early lead by someone, it is actually probably an early lead by Trump, because they are expected to count day of votes first in these 3 states, which is important to recognize. But these 3, if Biden can win these 3, he can win the presidency. These are the closest states in 2016.
And these were the ones we know were won by very, very close margins by President Trump. And those suburbs, those suburban areas you've been mentioning over and over again, those are going to be key to watch. But as you can see, we're filling in the color where we have results. Still a long way to go in these key Midwestern states. But Lisa, you've also been tracking the Senate races. You've heard, if you're sticking with us, a few of those called so far tonight. 35 seats.
I'm a Senate person. I know. I'm dying to find out what happens in the U.S. Senate, but we have a long way to go. This is just to update people right now. As Judy said, 43, 41, all those white dots are what we still have left to go. And we want to just check in with one of those key races that Amy mentioned in North Carolina. Tom Tillis, the incumbent Republican, running against Cal Cunningham. Here we go right now. 90% of the votes in from North Carolina. Tillis has a narrow lead. Look at that. And again, you see those dots showing where the concentrations of votes are. Blue Democrats showing up in big cities, Raleigh, Durham, the Triangle, and Charlotte. But those red votes are really stacking up everywhere else in the state, and Tom Tillis is narrowly ahead.
Key Senate races to track, of course, as Democrats are fighting for control. Judy, back to you.
Looking at every one of those little circles and trying to understand what they all represent. Lisa, Amna, thank you very much. And now we turn to a man who is close to former Vice President Joe Biden. He is Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, and he joins me now from Wilmington. First of all, Senator, congratulations. You won your race. You are coming back to Washington. I know that must make you feel good.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Judy. Great to be on with you.
So I'm curious to know, what are the Biden people telling you? We were told that this night could be a long one, that we might not know tonight what the results are. Is that your sense at this point, that we might not know tonight the results of the presidential race?
That's right, Judy. Look, we've always known that elections are decided in our country by states and counties. We've had 100 million people vote early, whether in person or by mail, and a record turnout today. We need to make sure that every one of those votes gets counted, and that may take several days. I'm optimistic I still believe strongly that Joe Biden will be our next president. And I think that we're going to have some good news over the course of the next few hours. But we most importantly need to make sure that every single vote gets counted.
No question about it. What are you seeing, though? Take us inside some of these numbers, Senator. I know you follow politics very closely. Take us inside what you were seeing in turnout in some of the places that Joe Biden needs in order to turn these states in his favor.
Well, Judy, I've been texting and calling with my colleagues in the Senate with some local elected officials in critical states like Georgia, Florida, Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona. I'm optimistic about a number of those states, but the core thing to remember is that Joe Biden's always had several pathways to the presidency. For President Trump, it's a fairly narrow path. He can't afford to lose any one of the key states that he won to eke out a narrow victory 4 years ago.
And so that's the reason we continue to look hard at Pennsylvania, at Wisconsin, at Michigan. Right now, the president seems to be doing well. At least he's running ahead at this hour in Georgia, doing well, a little bit ahead in Texas, in Florida. So I'm curious to know what you're seeing that gives you hope.
What gives me hope, frankly, is what I'm hearing from Arizona and from Ohio. And from the other two states that you referenced, Michigan and Wisconsin. So I think in Pennsylvania, it's going to take several days for there to be a clear outcome. And I think there are paths that don't rely just on Pennsylvania. But part of why Joe Biden's been a compelling candidate since he got in was that he's someone who's never forgotten where he's from. He grew up in Pennsylvania and Delaware in blue-collar working class towns, and he's always fought for America and for the middle class. He's the right person to lead us out of the mess that Donald Trump's gotten us into. And I think that message is resonating today all over the country.
Senator, regardless of whether the winner is President Trump being reelected or Joe Biden winning, there's a strong feeling that the country is going to remain as divided as it is right now. And that's certainly going to be reflected in the Congress as the Congress attempts to grapple with some of these enormous problems around the COVID, around the economy. How do you see that after this election? Do you think there's any hope for the parties working together better than they've been able to?
Well, Judy, as you know, the confirmation of now Justice Barrett was very divisive in the Senate. Many of us in my party felt like the last few weeks should have been spent passing a bipartisan COVID relief package rather than racing to jam through a partisan nominee to the Supreme Court. That makes our coming together after these elections more challenging. I'm encouraged by the news we've heard in a number of states where there are Senate contests, in Colorado, which has already been called, in Arizona, where I think the news is encouraging. But frankly, I'm someone who's always worked hard, Judy, to build bipartisan coalitions. That's what I've heard from my state, from my constituents, that they want us to solve real people's problems. And I think a lot of why Joe Biden has had strong appeal is his ability to work across the aisle and to bring our country together, even in this bitterly and difficult and divided moment.
No, it is the case, Senator. You certainly are one of the senators we know who has frequented across the aisle. When you mentioned the Amy Coney Barrett hearings, which couldn't have been more divisive between the two parties, the vote was strictly along party lines. Lindsey Graham, chair of the Judiciary Committee, we've just reported, has been called the winner in his re-election race in South Carolina. Were you surprised by that?
I was struck that Jamie Harrison, his opponent, was so competitive, so close, raised a great deal of money, ran a very strong campaign. So I'm a little surprised that Chairman Graham will be returning. But frankly, South Carolina is a deeply Republican state. That this was even close was a surprise to me. I think Jamie is a great candidate and ran a strong race. But, you know, at the end of the day, South Carolina is a state that was always going to go strongly for Donald Trump. And I think that may have helped pull Chairman Lindsey Graham of the Judiciary Committee over the line.
And very quickly, do you hear anything about the Georgia races that should give Democrats hope? Senate.
I haven't had a recent update on those, but there are 2 Senate seats up in Georgia. And as you know, one or both of them may end up going to a runoff.
All right, we are going to leave it there. Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, We thank you very much, and again, congratulations on your own race.
Thank you, Judy.
So we are watching many demographic groups tonight, and one important one, of course, as we've discussed, are Latino voters and who they're supporting in battleground states. Daniel Garza is in Miami tonight. He's the president of the Libre Initiative. He previously served on the White House staff of President George W. Bush. And Patricia Lopez is an editorial writer for the Star Tribune in St. Paul, Minnesota. Patricia Lopez, to you first. We are hearing a lot about Miami-Dade and South Florida, and the last chance I had to speak with Daniel on the program a little more than an hour ago, he was speaking about how well Donald Trump is doing with the Latino, principally Cuban, Hispanic vote in South Florida. Does that tell you something about the larger picture of Latinos in America, or should we just always remember that this is a diverse, when we speak of the Latino group, we're talking about a diverse group of voters.
Yes, diverse and geographically scattered. In Florida, Latino to a larger extent has meant Cubans, although lately now there are Puerto Ricans who left Puerto Rico because of all the devastation on that island. They have formed their own separate bloc. They have a different political identity than the Cubans do. Cubans tend to be much more conservative, and to the extent that they're circulated in the Miami-Dade area, they're gonna look like the Latino vote in that area. But if you go to Mexican Americans in Texas, if you go to Puerto Ricans in Florida and New York, if you go to Dominicans on the East Coast, it's all gonna look very different.
So Daniel Garza, to you, given that, we can't, I guess my question is, we can't really extrapolate what's happened in Miami and say this is applied to whether the president can appeal to Latinos across the country.
Well, Judy, actually, we're starting to get some exit polls, and it's showing that Biden is not performing actually at the level of Hillary in 2016 with Latinos. In the Rio Grande Valley, for example, Hillary was plus 40, and in 2016, the exit poll shows that it's plus 19. I live in the Rio Grande Valley, and you could see the level of excitement and the car caravans of Latinos promoting Trump. I had never seen that kind of energy before. Even now, it's starting to affect down ballots. In Miami-Dade, Maria Elvira Salazar has been called the winner over Donna Shalala. This was Eliana Ross-Layton seat that was taken by a Democrat, and Carlos Jimenez has in District 26 has now been called, and this was another seat that was lost by Carlos Curbelo. And so this is a 70% Latino population. It's not just Cubans, it's Venezuelans, it's Colombianos, and in Homestead, it's Mexican Americans. So the Hispanic vote now is starting to affect down ballot.
Patricia Lopez, what about that? What more could Joe Biden be saying to Latino voters? And again, recognizing they're different, they're not a group that is monolithic. What could he be, should he be saying, should have been saying to them in this campaign?
I think to the extent that, he could have said anything differently, it might have been a little bit more about that speaks to their issues overall, not just immigration, but their place in the economy, specifically to them, though. It's just, it's very difficult to try to reach all different parts of this group with one single message. I would want to see actually more numbers. I find it hard to believe that that many Mexican Americans have changed that much. It doesn't seem logical given, the president's treatment of that community, his consistent demeaning of them. But, the exit polls are the exit polls. I guess we'll need to see the actual polls say the votes.
And that does raise the question, Daniel Garza. When you think back to what President Trump said on the very first day he announced he was running in the summer of 2015, he called Mexicans rapists and murderers. And of course, he has had a very, very consistently strong campaign against not just undocumented immigration, but he's even referred to limiting he has limited legal immigration in this country. I'm curious about, go ahead, what were you gonna say?
Well, I was going to say, to be clear, he was talking about some immigrants who were coming in as rapists and murderers. But Judy, to your point, and the question you just asked, what Biden should not have said was that he was going to phase out fracking or phase out oil production, especially with Latinos in South Texas who depend on these kind of jobs. He should have promoted educational freedom and school choice and empower the parents. Latino parents care a lot about these kind of issues. He should have also not promoted more Obamacare and Medicare for all that would wipe out employer-based insurance. All these things matter to Latina women and Latino men. And I think in South Texas, they got the message loud and clear that this agenda was not something they could embrace.
And what about that, Patricia Garza? I mean, what Daniel Garza is describing is frankly, a more conservative political worldview than many people assume of many Latino voters.
He seems to suggest that the best way to appeal to Latinos is for Joe Biden to have run as a Republican. I think, Mexican Americans and the whole broad spectrum of Latino voters are not a monolith politically. There are some Republican Mexican Americans, there are Democratic Mexican Americans, and you can't make the mistake of thinking that one message is going to appeal to all of them. Certainly, there is a conservative element for which the principles that Daniel just laid out are going to have some appeal. But I think by and large, they still seem to tilt the other way. They want better public schools. They want health care. They want immigration that is comprehensive and that assures them of a place here and out of the shadows. A lot of them want all of those things. Can there be Republican messages that appeal to some Latinos? Of course there can.
Patricia Lopez, Daniel Garza, we thank you both. I mean, important for all of us to remember. We assume a group of voters are all thinking alike at our peril. So we appreciate both of you, and we will come back to you as the night goes on. Thank you. We do have another call to make in the presidential race, and that is the Show Me State, Missouri. President Trump, the Associated Press is declaring Donald Trump the winner. This is a state the president won by 18.5% in 2016, and the AP is saying that with 44% of the expected vote in, right now, Donald Trump has 58% of the vote. They are saying they don't see a path for Joe Biden. Not a surprise. That is a state that is Republicans have been able to count on for some time. We do have our own reporters in two important states. Every state's important, but two of the states that we're watching so closely tonight. Stephanie Sy is in Phoenix and Dan, Pennsylvania. Stephanie, I'm going to come to you first. Political breakdown, if you will, in Arizona. Democrats would dearly love to pick off Arizona from the Republicans. And we've been talking about the Latino vote for the last few minutes. What are you hearing? What are you seeing at this hour?
Well, we are hearing a lot, Judy. In fact, there's a big developing story here in Maricopa County where we are getting unofficial results with 70% of the vote accounted for in the state of Arizona. Right now, Biden is leading President Trump 55% to 44%. Now, that is in Maricopa County, which, as I've been saying, Judy, is where most of Arizona's population lives. Also, that competitive Senate race here where Democrats are hoping to flip another Senate seat. Democrat Mark Kelly, again, in these early results from Maricopa County, is leading Senator Martha McSally 55% to 44%. Now, I should caveat this. That is with about 1.4 million votes tabulated. There are about 248,000 ballots that Maricopa County still has to count. And the reason I mention that is because Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton in Maricopa County by about 44,000 votes. So those votes do matter. But again, with 70% of the state in, Maricopa County seems to be strongly leaning toward the Democrat Vice President Biden. I will also say that we're looking at some of the exit polling, those AP VoteCast surveys, and looking into those, and that also looks like an opportunity for Democrats. Women, for example, favored Trump in the exit polls 54% to 44%. Another group I like to look at here in Arizona is the retirees. Big retirement community here, Judy, and older voters were split. They handed Trump a big win in 2016 in Arizona, but in the AP exit polling, they were largely split between Biden and Trump. And finally, as you mentioned, the Latino vote. When the AP looked at the Latino voters in Arizona, they were looking at Mexican Americans because Mexicans make up about 80% of the Latino voters here. And they also account for about a quarter of all of Arizona's eligible voters. And in the exit polls, Mexican Americans went for Biden 67% to 31%, again, in Maricopa County, which is where the vast majority of Arizona voters are. Now, the other county we'll be watching for results from soon is Pima County. But Pima County, which is the other big block of voters in Arizona, that includes Tucson, and that is the one county that Hillary Clinton won solidly in 2016. Mark Kelly feels so confident tonight that he has already planned an event tonight in Tucson.
Very, very interesting. All of what you were saying. If that is a pickup for the Democrats, for Joe Biden, that is significant. That's 11 electoral votes in Arizona. Of course, it's early. The state has not been called yet, but what you're saying about the county around Phoenix, Maricopa County, and what you're telling us about Pima, all of that very, very important. I want to talk about that with Amy Walter in just a minute. But right now, I want us to hear from our Dan Bush, who's in Philadelphia, looking at what's happening in the state of Pennsylvania. Dan, we're hearing it's just going to take a while for some of these votes to be counted.
That's right, Judy. A record number of mail-in and absentee ballots cast here in Pennsylvania, as in many other states around the country. So we are not going to have a clear picture of results until well after midnight. Yesterday, the Biden campaign cautioned on a call with reporters. They didn't expect a clear picture in Pennsylvania until after 1:30 p.m. But so far, Judy, things from an election security standpoint are going relatively smoothly. The Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar, came out a little while ago here, and she said things are going remarkably smoothly. She said very few instances of voter intimidation here in Philadelphia. A lot of businesses in this downtown area have boarded up, anticipating protests. Officials closed down some roads. There have been some helicopters hovering overnight, but I did not see any issues at polling sites I was at. I have not heard of any issues. And another thing to keep an eye on here is this issue of voter fraud. This has been something that President Trump has been talking about now for months, claiming that mail-in voting leads to fraud. But officials on the ground here all day long have been saying that that is just not the case. That's not what they see. Republican officials, Judy, I just spoke with a Republican in charge of a very large county in central Pennsylvania, a Republican stronghold, who said, quote, none whatsoever, none voter fraud that she saw whatsoever. She said things are going very smoothly. They're getting through counting the absentee ballots that they've gotten in so far, and they haven't had any problems also with these drop boxes, these ballot drop boxes where voters can hand in their absentee ballots, and those under lock and key, under surveillance, being watched by sheriff's deputies. That some of these boxes that I saw, those are also subject to criticism from Republicans that they were not secure, but officials here are saying that their system is working as well as could be expected.
All of that very, very encouraging, Dan Bush, to know that they're not seeing any evidence of fraud, that they're not seeing any sort of untoward activities that are interfering with the count. The issue is that there's just a large number of ballots that came in early, either absentee or regular early voting, and they just have more than they can count in just a matter of a few hours, and that's why it's going to extend into tomorrow. But very encouraging that you're saying they don't have security problems. So to both of you, thank you. We are clearly going to be coming back to you as Arizona, Pennsylvania couldn't be more important in this election. To make in the House of Representatives, and that's in the state of Florida. Democrat Debbie McCarcel Powell, she is the first House incumbent of the night to lose her re-election effort. She was defeated by Republican Carlos Jimenez. There was a reference a few minutes ago as well to Donna Shalala losing. Now, we don't have that race declared, so we're not saying that that's happened, but that is not good news for Democrats in Florida. I think we are moving ahead with the next interview. Okay. We're turning to those with some personal experience in campaigns. Thank you. Katie Walsh, a senior advisor to the Republican National Committee, a former deputy chief of staff in the Trump White House, and Joel Benenson, a Democratic strategist. He led the polling operation for the Obama-Biden campaigns in 2008 and 2012. Thank you both. I appreciate it. I need help figuring out which direction to look and where we're going next. Joel, I'm going to start with you. There's clearly been some good news for Joe Biden this evening. We just heard a report from Arizona about good numbers coming out of Maricopa County and the potential for more good news for him. But we're also seeing numbers in Florida that are we're not sure. Pennsylvania, the count is slow. What does the overall picture look like to you right now?
Well, I think this is, the upside and the downside of early voting and more participation by mail. We increased voter participation, but it makes the counting a lot harder. It was pretty easy when everybody had to vote at the same time pretty much every day, one day. But we increased voter turnout, and it is going to complicate the counting in all these states, and in particular the battleground states that we're focused on. So, yeah, it's real nail-biting time for people in the boiler room at the campaigns and for those of us who are having these conversations. But you just have to be patient. It makes it harder. You've got a ton of early votes that have to be counted, and then you've got the votes that came in today, and there's nothing you can do. You can't. It's like, you can't rush Mother Nature. Well, you can't rush the counting of votes on election day anymore.
You sure can, and that's not something we want to do. But given that, Katie Walsh, what are you feeling good about right now, and what are you either biting your nails, or if you're not a nail biter, what are you worried about?
Well, we feel very good about Florida. I mean, the margins in Miami-Dade County are not nearly what Joe Biden needs to carry that state. So we feel very good about Florida. We also feel really good about Michigan right now. The early counties coming out of Michigan are exceeding our projections for what we need, where we need to be to win the state. And so we also feel that way about Wisconsin. So I think at this point, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida are all things we feel very positive about.
Tell me what you're seeing in Michigan that makes you feel encouraged.
Sure, there are a couple rural counties in Michigan, one being Eaton County, where we're outperforming kind of our projections by about 5 percentage points. And so if that holds with some of the other more rural counties in Michigan, that would lead to believe that there's been some very high turnout in outstate Michigan, which would be good for the president.
And I want to ask you about Wisconsin, because that's a state that has just seen an enormous increase in COVID cases, and the expectation was that might not be good for the president. So what are you seeing?
We're not seeing a ton out of Wisconsin yet, to be honest. I mean, there's very little kind of hard numbers that we've seen come out of Wisconsin, but we do have some of the rural vote coming in, and whenever that kind of overperforms our projections, that's a small good indicator. So we wouldn't want to obviously extrapolate too much from that, but it's definitely positive.
Joel Benenson, we've seen the president, the people around the president say, okay, we know Joe Biden may do well in the cities, and we know he's doing better in the suburbs than in the past that the Democrats have done. But we can run up the vote in rural areas. Why are the rural voters such a challenge for Democrats?
Well, they're oftentimes, feel that the establishment doesn't recognize them. I don't think it's just a Democratic issue with rural voters. I mean, they are less populated. They're less diverse. And I think the economy and the rural economy in America is probably feeling a little different than what has really become a very positive and energetic gig economy and more technologically advanced economy. And so it's a challenge. But, look, you're going to win You got to win where the voters are too. And you can't give up on suburban voters. And I think Democrats have made a lot of inroads there. And I think as this night plays out, we're going to see that continue to inure to Vice President Biden's benefit. Even in some of the states that Katie mentioned, there are somewhere Donald Trump is leading. She feels good about Wisconsin. Only half the votes have been counted there yet. So I think there are a lot of votes to come in. We know, as I said, suburban voters make up half the electorate in the United States. But conservative rural voters tend to be very conservative. There aren't a lot of swing voters in those areas. Republicans have problems in the urban areas. They have problems in the cities. They have problems in the suburbs this year where more people live.
And I think Katie Walsh is somebody who's just surely looking at the numbers. You think, okay, more people live in the cities. A lot of people live in the suburbs. How can you possibly make up the difference by counting on rural voters? So, I mean, that is a question. I mean, it's not as if the president's not going to get any votes in the cities or any votes in the suburbs, but the suburbs in particular, and you and I talked about this earlier this evening, are turning out to be a challenge for him this year.
Yeah, as we talked about earlier, there's some suburban women that I think don't particularly like the president's tone. And, you know, we've known that for a long time now. And so I don't think we've been banking that we were going to get their support. And so in our models and in our projections on how we were going to win states, we didn't count a lot of suburban women in those numbers. One of the things I think is interesting with Joel mentioning rural voters being harder to get for Democrats, the irony to me on that is that Joe Biden's actually the Democrat candidate that should be most attractive to rural voters. I mean, this is Scranton Joe. This is blue collar Democrat Joe Biden, who, by all accounts, is the most mainstream Democrat that ran in the primary, and so he should have been more attractive to the kind of rural voter, and he's just not showing that he was able to connect with them very much. I think he thought that he would raise taxes. I think they thought that he'd be soft on China, positions that are just drastically unpopular with kind of rural or blue collar America, if you will, have made it very hard for Joe to make inroads in those communities, and so I think we're going to end up pulling out more rural voters than the Biden campaign thinks we would, and I think it's going to offset any loss we might have in the suburb.
Certainly going to be questions we are asking as we look at these voter surveys. 140,000 Americans who were surveyed as they figured out who they're going to vote for this year. Katie Walsh, Joel Benenson, thank you both, and we'll be coming back to you. And now we want to go to the White House, to our own Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, the Trump team watching all this very closely. What are they telling you?
They are watching this very, very closely, Judy. And what I can say is that they're still feeling very, very optimistic that the president has multiple pathways to get to that critical 270 electoral votes that he needs to be reelected. Now, I want to talk about some states in particular. The first is Ohio. Trump campaign officials are telling NewsHour that they see that state as tighter than they would have hoped and believed it would be. That being said, the president has been to Ohio 5 times since October, but we did see Joe Biden go to Cleveland yesterday trying to make a bid for that state that President Trump won by 8 points in 2016. They still are looking at Ohio as something that they can pull away from, especially because they feel like a lot of their voters voted in person today, right, while Democratic voters mailed in their votes or voted early. Another state I want to talk about is Wisconsin, another critical state. The president says, and senior officials say, that Wisconsin is still a state that they're hoping they can win, but that they see as underdogs. See the Trump campaign as underdogs. They're looking specifically at what Katie was just talking about, suburban women and seniors, trying to figure out if they can get those numbers up high enough. They're looking at specific counties, including southern Milwaukee County. That being said, the Trump campaign, the thing that is really something that I've been hearing from all sorts of people that are close to the president, they're feeling very, very good about the Latino vote. I'm going to put a note on this. Latino voters are, we could say it's one big group, but they're so different, Judy. As someone who grew up in Miami, I can tell you that Cuban Americans who vote for Republicans in Miami are much different than Puerto Ricans who live in Central Florida and Orlando, as well as Mexicans who are living in Texas, as well as all sorts of other Latino voters. The president was making the pitch that Joe Biden, Vice President Biden, that he would bring back socialism, specifically making that message for Republicans, Cubans, Nicaraguans who fled communism to come to this country. That the Trump campaign feels like that might have run up the numbers with the Latino vote. If those numbers hold, the president will be able to say that he was able to do better among Latinos than other Republicans. But of course, Democrats continue to say that the president's rhetoric, as well as his actual actions on immigration, separating family as well as stifling legal immigration as well as illegal immigration, that might hurt him. But we'll have to watch this space closely because that could really be a big topic as we look at these election results.
Not to mention the fact that Joe Biden is not advocating socialism or communism. Small point.
You should say that, right?
Small point.
He is a capitalist, for sure.
All right, Yamisha, now let's go to John Yang with the Biden campaign in Delaware. John, we're asking each one of you, what are you hearing while we wait for results to come in?
Patience is what they are urging. The Biden officials, that's been their message all along, that this is going to take some time, and they're urging patience. But it's also some of the, when you get down to asking them about individual states and also Democrats in individual states, it's the flip side of what Yamisha's saying. There is optimism about Ohio, about the numbers they're seeing coming back from there, and particularly the numbers as opposed to where the votes are outstanding. They feel that they have a shot. They aren't willing to say that it's a state they're definitely going to win, but they feel good about it. North Carolina, Arizona, they're also looking at those states. Wisconsin, where the Milwaukee says they will not be able to report full numbers until much later tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning, but they're still hopeful there.
All right, John Yang in Wilmington, Delaware. Thank you, Mish, and we're going to continue to touch base with those public media reporters around the country. Amna has that. Amna.
Thanks, Judy. It is the state that kicked off this election season. We turn now to Andrew Bott, Iowa Public Television. Andrew, good to see you. Let's talk about turnout and what we're seeing so far in the state of Iowa. There was a new rule passed that allows officials to process the early ballots sooner than they did in the past. What does that mean for the ballots that were cast, for the turnout you saw today, and what it could mean for which way Iowa goes?
It means a few things. Iowa Secretary of State reported out that almost 1 million early votes and absentee votes were recorded. And these absentee ballots, the small counties, the big counties were able to start that process of opening up those envelopes here in the past 24 to 48 hours. What it means is this first early wave of data that's coming in will be a lot of that early vote, especially in these Democratic, more urban, suburban districts. So it can give you a little bit of a sense that where Iowa's headed, if Democrats don't have a big advantage here in the beginning, as you've seen in a lot of these states, Iowa's a state where they're not coming out with a big advantage. These rural counties are going to play catch up, and we're seeing some of those signs already in the early numbers.
Andrew, give us a sense really quickly in a few seconds of some of the top issues that Iowans are taking with into the polls this year.
They're focusing on the pandemic, they're focusing on the economy, and Donald Trump's on the ballot. He won this state by more than 9%. The real prize here is the Senate race, and what a lot of national viewers will want to see. One of the things I was looking for was, is Joni Ernst trailing Donald Trump in votes in the early vote, or is she matching him vote for vote? And it's looking like there is not a drop-off for Joni Ernst in this state right now, at least as far as the early vote is coming in.
That is a key Senate race we're going to keep an eye on, and results coming from Iowa as well. Andrew Bott of Iowa PBS joining us tonight. Thank you so much. And Judy, back to you.
All right, thank you very much to both of you. We're going to ask you to stay with us. We're going to take a short break, but we will be right here with our special live election coverage when we come back. More results at the top of the hour.